to the wild, baby. I'm so fierce. Back to the wild, baby. Don't underestimate me. Back to the wild, baby. I'm so fierce. I do what I want. I'm so fierce. I do what I want. I do what I want. I'm so fierce. I do what I want. I do what I want. I'm so fierce. I do what I want. I do what I want.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm back here and I'm back on. Stand up like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like A-Day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues. I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like A-Day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
to be heroes. Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got, fighting till victory's won, heroes. Pain is the price for something greater. You lay your life on a fault line when everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside. Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got, fighting till victory's won, heroes. One more step, one more breath, one last chance. Don't give up now. One more step, one more breath, one last chance. Don't give up now. One more step, one more breath, one last chance. Don't give up now. One more step, one more breath, one last chance. Don't give up now. Heroes, blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got, fighting till victory's won, heroes. Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns?
I'm moving through the heat. This room is hazy. Keep running through the lights inside my head. I find myself a drink, and now it seems I'm 6 or 7 deep. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning. I don't care right now. I'm gonna keep this party going. So light me up. So light me up. So light me up. A face I've never seen, her body close to me, and suddenly there's nothing in between. Keep moving to the beat, that's all I like to need. It's 3:30. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning. I don't care right now. I'm gonna keep this party going. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning. I don't care right now.
we do? 3, 4, turn it up more. 5, 6, can you do it like this? 7, 8, and don't be late now. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on.
Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Work that, like a 9 to 5. Show me work.
Feel so good, I've been working it out. Now let the haters try talk, I've been drowning them out. Go ahead, get the work, then wide out. Hit me with the low fee, I need a higher amount. Get it one more time, 365. This throwback here for the 99. Knees to your thighs, reach for the sky. Ain't no PTO time, I'm just trying to get the work. 1, 2, show 'em how we do. 3, 4, turn it up more. 5, 6, can you do it like this? 7, 8, and don't be late now. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on.
Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Work it out, work it out. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work.
Who you know bustin' like this? 2 by 2 plus all my friends. They don't know how we got in. 1, 2, 3, I plead the 5th. Work it out like a marathon. Had to hit 'em with the high five of motorcom. Swing for the fences like Barry Bond. Got the track running wild like the Amazon. Ay.
Work that, work that. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Work it out, work it out. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work.
Everybody come on.
1, 2, 3,
Everybody come on now.
work that.
Everybody come on.
1, 2, 3,
Everybody come on now.
work that. 1, 2, 3, work that. 1, 2, 3, work that. Work that, work that, work that, work that, work that.
Sun's up, it's a new day, make the fire. Put your boots on, we about to get higher. Makeup, show up, pick a side, yeah, bring it, got it, pop it. Hey, starting soon, it's a new day, pick a trigger. Fill up the cup away, bigger, better, bad sugar. Bring it, got it, pop it. It's a new generation, move aside, got it. Just don't get to zero. Let go, aim your arrow. Break the shackles, prepare for battle. It's here and now. Like a game, word to stage, drop it in and find a place. It's on, show must go on. Welcome to the new world. Show must go on. Like the flame, break the cage, rage, ripping out the page. It's on, the show must go on. Welcome to the new world. Show must go on. Unstoppable, no rules, anything possible. Phenomenal, we're optimal, unbreakable. Victorious, truly we take it seriously. No uncertainty, just count to 3, the future's free, you'll see. We growing, glowing, taller than the trees, yeah, we can feel the breeze. Let's get it going, gonna ball, gonna roar, cause we hear the call. Faster and faster, beast mode, we can think about it after. We so much better, to the street, feel the heat, cause we the new masters. Wake up, get your weapons drawn. Sun's up, face your fears head on. It's on, it's on, it's on. We gonna spell victory. It's on, show must go on. Welcome to the new world. We gonna go down, down in history. It's on, show must go on. Welcome to the new world.
Look, it's a bird, it's a plane, oh my. Crashing a party, meet me in the sky. This is that extraterrestrial vibe. Let me know if you feel it, don't keep it inside. Tell me who do it like this. Up in the air like swish. Shoot my shot, don't miss. Tick, tick, we got the people say all the way. Ain't no time to waste. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All the way. Ain't no time to waste. Yeah, can you see me now? Up to the stars, can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah, right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all the way, all the way. Can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah, right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all the way. From the bottom of the ocean, shooting up above. Take you straight to the oasis, come and chill with us. This is exactly what you wanted, it ain't number love. Ain't what you thought it was. We got the people say all the way. Ain't no time to waste. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All the way. Ain't no time to waste. Yeah, can you see me now?
Sun's up, it's a new day, make the fire. Put your boots on, we about to get higher. Makeup, show up, pick a side, yeah, bring it, got it, pop it. Hey, starting soon, it's a new day, pick a trigger. Fill up the cup away, bigger, better, bad sugar. Bring it, got it, pop it. It's a new generation, move aside, got it. Just don't get to zero. Let go, aim your arrow. Break the shackles, prepare for battle. It's here and now. Like a game, word to stage, drop it in
It's the dawn of the final day here for the T3 Arena League. It's the Super Season 2 finals, and it is also the final day to determine which team is going to be crowned the best from North America. We've got 4 teams remaining to see who can progress forward for today. My name is Xenox, of course. Joining me is the wonderful Guz once again here, and of course we've got Shuri, our expert, all the way over in the North American camp. Hello, Shuri. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Just excited to see some great games. One of my favorite team, Beasters, coming up at first, I think. So today's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, Beasters. You've also got Team Difference and then the 2 exclusive teams, guys. And obviously that's where a lot of the eyes are going to be focused on for today's games.
Yeah, we have some hopefully competitive games to round out the season, and it's all leading into that best of 5 grand final as well. So a lot of exciting T3 to look forward to.
Yep. All right, we're going to go and give everyone a quick reminder as to how everything has played out in terms of how it works. We started with that open bracket into the qualifiers. The LCQ was required to finish out a couple of the last spots, and now the season finals, guys, is where we have arrived. Day 2, of course, and the final day to crown that one league champion.
Yeah, obviously all 8 teams now narrowed down through that bracket, and by the end of today we'll have the final 2 again into that best of 5. So very exciting, and obviously a cutthroat format, so teams will need to perform at their best.
Yeah, and of course the rules as well, the game modes that are being played throughout today's tournaments, of which the secondary line is actually now going to be relevant, as we do have that best of 5 grand final. Of course, best of 3 still for all of the other matches. The 2 semi-finals, the 3rd place match, they'll all be on the standard best of 3. But for best of 5, we go control, payload, and then into attack escort, if required, of course, for what would be then that final map. Sure, what your thoughts there? Of course, best of 5 grand final, different in terms of the sense that a lot of these games have all been best of 3. Having to play those extra control maps, do you think that really has any kind of semblance of change for the teams going into that best of 5? Do you think they look at it any differently to the way they would for a best of 3?
I mean, all these guys are going to just be taking it one game at a time. I don't think at this point they really care about the game types. Most of them are pretty even, actually, on both, especially these top 4 teams. I think they're all just going to take it one at a time. And then the last one is really the wild card. Attack Escort just means it's the map Old Bazaar. It's the only one for that. So yeah. That one is a wild card. People don't play it as much. As you can see, we didn't play it at all yesterday, and it's going to be the 5th one. So that's really the wild card that is kind of up in the air. So.
Certainly is. All right, well, let's go and have a look at, of course, the games that we've got today. We've got 4 teams remaining, guys, of which 2 of them are basically from the same sort of clan, if you will, the exclusive clan, Easy Gaming, and the exclusive Argons. Beasters and Team Difference, they come into this as the underdogs. Beasters, though, are not firm underdogs. They are more than capable, but it is still going to be a difficult ask against a team so strong such as Easy.
Yeah, I mean, Easy have such I guess, renowned history in T3, the Arena League. You know, they've been ultra competitive for quite an extended period of time. That's not to discount Beasters, as you mentioned. Despite perhaps not being, favourites heading into this game, they're probably still, a 30-40% chance of being able to produce a result here if everything goes their way. So it's going to be an interesting best of 3 to kick things off. Argon's Difference in the bottom half of the bracket. I think they're probably going to have the odds stacked against them, provided Easy Gaming make it into that BO5 grand final. But nonetheless, it's going to be competitive in that 3rd place match as well. Don't discount that.
Yeah, Shuri, of course, yesterday you were saying for Team Difference, maybe not also... Don't take them too lightly, that they are still a really, really good team. Just maybe give us a sort of re-up on them one more time. Obviously, they're not the first game of the day, but for Team Difference, we can't count them out either.
Oh, no. They've been in literally every single finals. They actually had to forfeit one of them because somebody had a death in the family. So we haven't seen them as much, but they've always made it here. So they have a really good competitive history. They've been in many tournaments, so the nerves aren't going to be there. And they have really good players. So it's definitely not a team that you need to take lightly. They have a chance.
I think pretty much all of the teams that are remaining have somewhat of a solid chance. Of course, the first match, though, Beasters and Easy, that in itself is arguably, for me, probably match of the day outside of the grand final in terms of the games that we've got to begin with. You've got 2 teams that have certainly got good capabilities of probably going all of the way. I think, Shuri, would you agree that if there's a world in which Beasters are capable of taking down Easy, that they can go into the grand final and win the whole thing.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the not exclusive team is a bunch of exclusive members. So they had Rinks and Dope in the same round go 12-1 and 12-2 against some of the best exclusive players in the game. Absolutely dominated them. So if they can do that against them, like, they can definitely do it against these guys.
Yeah, easy though, because of course they're going to come into this game as the favoured of the two. I think that when you look at Easy, they've got this kind of aura about them, if you will, in the sense that they're either unbeatable or they're just the top team. They're the best that this region has to offer. And we saw a little bit of that on display yesterday, especially when you kind of look at the stats from Rafa, who was just fragging out. But really, what for me strikes the most about them is just the team synergy across the board.
Yeah, and they can kind of make any composition work, and they had a bit of fun with things yesterday as well, which is understandable. IJ as well, second last on this particular graphic, also played quite well. We saw some healing from him as well, which is a bit of an off-meta pick at the moment, but again, just displays the amount of damage that he is able to output, and the stats reflecting that. But it is the synergy that I think makes this roster. Obviously, some great individual prowess and mechanics, and obviously playing quite a deep hero pool, but it's the fact that they can work together to isolate fights, find win conditions, get results across the line. That's what makes them so dangerous, and that's why teams fear them.
For you, Shuri, what's the biggest strength of Easy Gaming? What makes them so godlike, if you will, as a team?
It is 100% Bean, who is a Hearts fan. He is so good at healing. It's unbelievable how much better he is than second place in healing. And so if you can take him down, then you have a chance at the others. But everyone else is so good individually. IJ and Rafa are definitely two of the best. Ozelic is personally who I think's the best in the game. And then Slime is one of the best. He live streams all the time. And he just doesn't lose. So these guys are so good individually, but they also work together as a team. But really, Beans who holds everything together. He's keeping these huge fraggers alive. So not only do you have to go against the best in the world, but they also have pocket healers. All of them, it feels like, at the same time have a pocket healer. I don't know how Bean does it.
Yeah, Bean obviously very influential yesterday and will need to be so once again today. Their opponents, Beasters, and sort of a bit of a breakdown for them, guys. We saw, obviously, Federal. He was kind of the MVP on the Vanguard yesterday. Very difficult to push off of those positions, and once again, it's going to be required today. But I think the biggest one is probably Rinks and what he's capable of as that attacking player. We saw just how much of an impact he was able to have. There's clearly some super talent on this roster. You look at Zeta as well. I think these guys are certainly capable. Even Vitals. I mean, if Super Bean is Super Bean, Vitals is actually not that far behind.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players over the break from last Super League heading into this one, this particular Arena League, have improved dramatically, and that's kind of the storyline heading into this game, right? Have they improved enough to truly contest against the best of the best? And arguably, this could be this matchup. This could be their hardest match in the bracket, potentially. So we'll have to see how that improvement reflects on this particular match. As you mentioned, though, some great individual players. I think it is probably going to come back, though, to that synergy story, right? Are they able to work together to the same extent as their opponents?
Very talented lineup. Let's go to the hero bands for this first matchup and see what we're going to get. Yesterday was all about banning out the Aletta. It does not continue today. Easy Gaming, though, with a bit of a target ban, I think, onto Federal, taking out the Fade. I'm going to go straight to you on that one, Shuri, because the Fade obviously has been so big for Federal, at least from yesterday's games. The Whirling as well also gets banned out. Probably not too surprised by that, but the Fade has to be a target ban.
Oh, it's 1,000,000% target. I mean, Federal just would not die. I mean, you can't do what you did as Rinks and Dope if you don't have a tank that literally doesn't die. The man would just get down to 0.1 bar of health and somehow get out of it. Heal himself even, sometimes by charging into heals. He would always have the best positioning. His bubble would just come up just the right time. It was amazing to see. That's a masterclass on Fade, and I would have banned that. I would honestly just ban that every time. And Waling is a targeted ban as well for IJ. That guy, every pro has told me, if you see IJ on a Waling, keep the camera on him. He's unkillable.
Obviously, there's alternatives, though. Rather than playing the Fade, I'm assuming we might end up seeing the likes of the Jabali, for example. Guys, is that something that we think Federal is going to be able to at least be able to bring to the table outside of that Fade?
I mean, Jabali, I mean, even Ruby as well, if you want to provide you know, a bit more of a mobile shield on that Vanguard role. We could even see a double up, and that was kind of a thing we were tracking yesterday, was how many teams are playing a singular Vanguard as opposed to the double lineup. Both have, you know, their pros and cons in terms of damage output and protection, so that's going to be really, really interesting. I love the target ban from both teams, clearly, obviously going into this one with their homework. They're respecting one another heading into this game, which is really cool.
It's a big game coming up. I mean, I know we're not quite grand final time just yet, but this somewhat feels like a curtain raiser to that, and it has almost the same level of aura around it. This kind of matchup, these two teams, so much talent inside of the server. When you kind of look at these hero bans and you kind of start to get a bit of an idea as to how things might play out, Shuri, what's your sort of split on this? Yesterday was all about 60-40. Obviously, we know how good Easy is. Where would you sort of rank it? And now this time knowing that Ranks is playing.
You know what? I think it's probably 35-65 in Easy's favor, but I'm going for Beasters again. I think they're gonna win. I think they're gonna pull it out. I do think they're gonna. I think they're the underdogs for sure. Yeah. But I definitely think they're gonna win.
Well, what do they need to do though to pull it out? Because obviously you say 35-65, so that pretty much to me leans into being a bit of a lead in terms of Easy Gaming and having them be the more likely of the two. So what then does Beasters need to do to overcome that deficit in your mind to then pull it out, as you say?
Well, Dope is a very good Scotty. I think he probably needs to use Scotty and use the movement to go in, web Super Bean, and they need to contain him and just get him down. And then have Rinks go either on the Ursus or the Aletta. He has the choice of both for this one. And just get him to do work. He has to take down that healer. And most importantly, they have to deal with IJ and Rafa. If you can get those two, everything else can fall into place.
Guys, obviously not as much of a resident expert, but I do want your sort of thoughts on how this is now going to potentially shape up. I think the fade ban for Federal certainly does seem like a bit of a loss for me, at least for Beasters, who are already, at least according to Shuri, and very much in agreement, the underdog in this matchup. But you kind of look at that lineup, you look at the star players, you look at how good Rinks has been since he's come in, and it's a team that probably has the capabilities of causing an upset, but it's still causing an upset. It means they're still the underdog.
I mean, yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of a spotlight on Federal in this game, right? Can he play around that fade ban? Is it going to be too detrimental to overcome? Are they going to resort to a double Vanguard? Is he going to switch off to something, you know, the Ruby or the Jabali, and be able to make up for that difference? I guess it won't be too long till we find out.
I do want to say thank you very much, Shuri. We'll get your thoughts once again at the conclusion of this game. He's gone 35-65, so he's saying basically it's likely that we will see Easy win this, but his heart does say it will be Beasters. We'll see which one does play out. Emmental is where we go here for this game of Control, of course, to begin this best of 3. Now, the loser is not eliminated from the tournament, but they will not be able to then finish first. So the loser of this does go to the third place matchup, which we played later today, and of course the winner moves on to the grand final, which will be the best of 5 later today as well. So I guess the good news is if you do lose this, it's not as if you are finished. You're not out of the tournament. This is over to Alphinistan. You very quickly changed over from Emmental.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought the rotation would remain the same even in the second round, and that will, of course, be the case as we get ready to load into this one, and a lot of discussion around the hero ban phase. Again, with the fade and the dueling taken down, we're going to see how the teams respond, and it looks like Jabali will be the lineup here in response. Interestingly enough, that was, you know, kind of the expectation. A letter in play for the side in the hands of Rinks, and Beasters will lean into that, and we know that the damage output from that particular hero needs to be absolutely spot on to take down Bean on the hills. Yeah,
curious to see the sort of little battle between Vitals and Bean. That's going to be a big one to watch on the supports throughout this game as well. As Federal and what he can do now on the Jabali, he actually loses his life early on, and already you can kind of see the dominance from Easy, not only getting the point, but getting really the first 3 kills of the game. They dealt with Dope, he couldn't really make the Gloria work there. Rinks on the Aletta, unable to really get into the backline and get some early damage on the board. So again, really good start for Easy. Where does that come from? Getting rid of Federal, dealing with the Vanguard, dealing with that Jabali. So he's not on the Fate, he's not alive, he's not able to play that point role as he was able to do yesterday. So already having an impact is that Fate Tiger ban, and I think we're probably going to get a restart.
Yeah, it would appear that unfortunately we did have a disconnect on the side of Beasters, so obviously can't read into that fight all too much as it was a 4 versus 5. Ultimately, I mean, we did get a little bit of an insight as to probably how the composition is going to shape up heading into this game. Jabali is going to be a mainstay. We may see that Ruby jump in a little while later, but yeah, it's going to be up to, you know, obviously Beasters to take down Bean. We saw again in a limited fight that he is just in the backline providing so much support and heals the rest of the team on top of a little bit of damage as well. So the Aletta, etc., need to be targeting him as best they can to deal with that, and then that will probably unlock the rest of the fight.
Yeah, it's difficult because obviously, yeah, that first fight, you just don't basically take anything away from it at all, right? So it's completely irrelevant. The one thing you would say is you're looking at some of the picks, as you said. The Jabali's coming in, also the fact that Rinks is going to be playing that Aletta. So you can take something away from that, but it's not a lot. Either way, what we will take is a very short break. When we come back, though, we'll head back into this series.
One chance in a lifetime. Won't stop till we get it right. When all is said and done, standing on the bright side. Can't believe how far we've come. We've only just begun. See the world through new eyes, taking us to great heights. Anything is possible, everything is new, and we'll carry each other, running wild into the night, in technicolor blue, and we'll carry each other.
I wanna soak up the sun, blame it on these sweet libations. We're just out here having fun, feeling pretty fly, pretty sky high.
Apologies for the slight delay. Of course, technical issues for the start of this first semi-final matchup between Easy and Beasters. We can throw pretty much that first little fight out of the window, and we can start with a clean slate. Gloves. I don't think I've ever called you gloves before.
Yeah, what was that all about?
I also don't mind it either. It's actually not that bad. I might call you the Gluzler.
No, I don't think you will. I think Guz is more than enough.
I mean, obviously, yeah, we didn't really get started, if you will, in that particular game. And I'm hoping that it's a case of, oh, they knew they had the disconnected player from the start, so they're just going to throw bodies and had some fun with it, and not a case of maybe... Because the biggest thing for me was how quick Federal actually died early on in Jabali. And that doesn't usually happen. Federal stays alive usually quite a long time. He's hard to kill. He's hard to take down. So obviously, I would imagine that that was a big reason why he did go down so quickly, so early, and why it looked so easy in the end for Easy. We'll head into this one again. It is Elephant Estania, and it is the start of this semi-final matchup.
Yeah, keen to jump into this one. Again, if you are potentially just joining, to reiterate, the hero bans are the Fade and the Hurling respectively, so don't expect to see either of those played out here on the first map of Control. We did see the initial picks were Jabali's in response to that Fade being taken down, so I'd anticipate that Jabali will be a mainstay, potentially Ruby as well, if they wish to double down, but fingers crossed all 10 players now are inside of the server.
Same picks as well, so everyone's gone with the same heroes, which is really good to see, and we can continue on and actually get into this semi-final matchup. Sure to be a good one. Beast is an Easy Gaming going toe-to-toe. Easy Gaming, we'll see if they can find an easy way to take down Federal once again, who I imagine finals will not be leaving his side. As we get underway, this objective is going to be unlocking very, very shortly. Federal already taking some damage on the Jabali. It is Dope, though, that finds the opening kill for Beasters, and already this looks far more competitive, although Easy Gaming have been the ones to actually get the point. It was actually Beasters who got the opening kill. Now coming in from the side, though, Z loses his life. Federal low, and also gets finished off. Azalik with a big double kill, and that's massive considering Easy Gaming have already got the point as well.
Yeah, and Rafa then able to rejoin the fight, get in on the action. So despite Beasters getting the first pick, they lost a bit of ground. They then tried to fight for said ground back, but unfortunately for them, Easy just too good. And that objective now ticking up to a quarter.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to get that point initially without really much of a contest by the Beasters, even though Beasters got the opening kill, speaks volumes to sort of just the area control established by Easy Gaming. In the back line, though, Rinks on the ladder, getting some damage in onto Rafa, finds a good solo kill, ultimate available as well, so that's what Rinks is certainly capable of in this matchup. Something to consider. Teleports back, though, 42% now for the point. Needs to get into the back line, try and get onto Super Bean. That has to be the goal of Rinks. They lose Z, though. Azalik again with another kill, has 3 early on. Dope gets rid of IJF, 50% now for Easy Gaming, and these trades keep coming out. Dope's gone, though, by Azalik, who's up to 4 and nothing, and putting that Scuddy to good use.
And with Bean on the ground, this is a fight that Beasters must win. They got a couple of picks, but they're still finding it difficult to translate that into Control on the site. Rinks going deep on the ladder, needs to find a pick, hits the TP, able to survive. Only 2 kills for him so far, and eventually taken down. Azalik 5-0 unanswered. And that was probably the best opportunity that Beast has had to get site control. Unfortunately not the case, and they'll probably have to shape up for a final push.
Yeah, Zalik has just been an absolute standout in this match to start. 80% now for Easy Gaming. Rafa, though, gets very aggressive, overextends, gets killed. Slime, very low, has to fall back. Super Bean just keeping him alive. What a magnificent job from Super Bean. 87% now. Beasters need to push forward off that kill. They couldn't get anything else. Slime does eventually go down. Rinks doing his best, but the Aletta is also gone. Azalik up to 7-0, being kept alive by Super Beam. Both can heal up. Health pack gained 98% now. Point is where we go. Z low, stays alive. Vital's keeping him up. Rafa will fall, so finally some kills able to go the way of Beasters. There goes Azalik for the first time in this match. Z getting that kill. Finally the point flips over to Beasters.
Question will be too little too late. Ults are available though, or will be soon, the majority of which Beasters will be able to lean into to try and hold the site. But it's all about Azalik being shut down. Ultimate available for him as well. 8 kills so far. Singular death as the site did flip. But Easy will regroup. Rinks caught off guard. That's the letter off the board. That's an ult now, obviously having to respawn. So we'll see if Easy can reclaim this control point.
Rinks back up. He'll have to make his way over very quickly to help contest this fight. He's been a big part in terms of their damage output throughout this round so far. See low, same with Federal. 3 gone very quickly in the blink of an eye, and that should be the point flipped back over in the round 1 from Easy Gaming. Just like that, they push into point. They get a 3K, they get the point, and they get the round.
Yeah, really good work there from Easy. Pretty much bringing to the table what we sort of expected. Now the onus on Beasters to respond. Unfortunately, only able to capture the point a singular time there, and there was an opportunity prior to that where they dropped Bean, they had the advantage, they got a couple of picks, but then the front line for their opponents of Easy stepped up to the mark despite a lack of heals, and were able to withstand that, hold down the line, build up that score all the way up to 99% in the end, which obviously makes it very, very difficult for a comeback to take place. So, look, good stuff, easy. Some promising signs for Beasters. It's not over. Obviously, they could respond here in the second round of Control, but it is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think the most concerning thing for them is the fact that they just were not able to get that point initially. From there, they had just really no semblance of being able to take it until it got to 99%. So that point needs to be kind of going, toing and throwing throughout the round. If they're going to have much of a chance, they need to be able to capture it really at any point. So Jabali looks for a bit of a high ground position there. Slime now goes in towards the site as it begins to unlock in the next 2 seconds. Easy Gaming in a really commanding position here after getting that first round. Beasters lose Rinks. He goes down early. IJF getting that kill. He was a little bit quiet in that first round. Now gets involved there to start the second round. Off to the side though. IJF now goes for the front line position to try and deal with that Jabali Shield of Federal, and they've dealt with it really comfortably. So already starting to notice Federal on the Jabali not surviving, not having that same survivability as the Fade as Easy Gaming have already got the point.
IJF as well, doing a lot of damage and will continue to do so. Rinks on the Aletta does find one. That's Rafa down. IJF trying to find damage, and that's a fantastic shot, able to bank it. So some good work from him. 3 kills already in this second round, and Rafa about to get caught off guard on Rinks, but he is able to just bounce back. 22% on the board for Easy.
Yeah, Super Bean pretty much just saving Rafa there from going down. Rinks doing as much as possible on the Aletta. Bean has been so influential on those heals. Slime again just winning the 1v1 against Federal. The Jabali versus Jabali matchup has gone the way of Slime T3. He has dealt with Federal's Jabali pretty comfortably here on this Control map. Up to 40%. And again, Beasters in the same position this round as they were in the previous, where they just do not have the capabilities of flipping this point, winning these fights, getting these opening picks. Azalik has been the MVP of this map so far here on Alvadastania, up to 50%. He's 3-0 in the second round, and he's pretty much like 11-1 over the 2 rounds so far played.
Azalik then as well, with Ultimate available, 3 kills so far, and Federal, you can see, trying to hold the front line, trying to help his team push forward, but it's so challenging. The ult to come through. We'll see if Federal can make some ground. Azalik is taken down, so Beasters need to capitalize. Yeah,
have to win this fight. Federal as well, also further compounding that with the kill on IJF. Rafa does get one back. Might be too little too late though. He falls very quickly as well to Rinks, despite the fact that Slime got the kill onto Dope. Still, fight happening on towards the point. Ultimate used by Slime just to probably stay alive a little bit longer, keep that point in control for Easy Gaming. But that is a point that will be lost, up to 82%. Finally captured though by Beasters.
But the fact Slime there is able to survive is so important, because it means that they don't have to hard reset here, and it means obviously Easy can reapply pressure to the site quite quickly. They'll mount over towards the right lane, try to hit the back line, and we'll see if they can find some picks.
And coming in from the front though, Slime will of course lead the way. Rafa very low already early on. Rinks talk about coming in from the back line.
That's good.
Gets rid of Superman. Yeah, massive kill to get rid of the hard support. Rinks will fall eventually though. Same with IJF though, so at least a trade 1-for-1. And as it currently stands, Beast is in a better position. They've got the point. Super Beam was dead. They couldn't do much more. Easy Gaming in that scenario, and this will get up to 30%.
Yeah, I mean, really good play there from Rinks, right? Obviously loses his life, but gets a critical pick in the meanwhile. So good trade from him, identifying the condition there to be able to hold this point for a little while longer, and that timer will continue to tick up. Objective now contested. Good flank here from Ozelic, landing a lot of damage. Slime low again, but able to survive. That's just how good he is on that Jabali roll. But will it be enough for Easy, who are still falling elsewhere?
Yeah, Z's starting to have a bit of an impact here, getting a couple of kills onto Zalik, almost just shutting him down personally. Jabali again though, for Federal, not working. He fell really early. This allows them to push the front line, get the point, capture 85% now, and ticking for Easy Gaming. Only the 54% established for Beasters, so still pretty far behind the 8 ball here, and it will tick over to 99%. So unfortunately for Beasters, control looks like it's fading away for them. Rinks just caught standing still momentarily, maybe just baiting Rafa in, but Azalik does eventually finish off the work that Rafa had started, and more importantly, no one is on the point. It's a 2-0 for Easy Gaming, and that was a little bit more competitive, at least in that second round, but still by far and away, Easy Gaming were the better of the 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of glimpses of hope there for Beasters in that round, and we saw some good dives there onto Bean, and we saw how that could open up the fight, but unfortunately they were too far in between. That front line was being held so nicely. I mean, Slime on a couple of occasions, in some key moments, was taken down to 1 or 2 or 3 bars of health, was then able to just slowly progress back. The rest of the team could reform, re-push the objective, and it was very difficult for Beasters to respond. So whilst Beasters looked okay, you need to be perfect. You need to be better than perfect against this kind of opposition.
Shuri, we'll get your thoughts on Alafidistania and how things played out there on the control point. For me, though, Zalik, Super Bean, they were the two most influential players.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can see what I meant by it almost feels like all of them have a pocket healer at the same time. Every time someone gets low, he just teleports through the map. He's always in the exact right position he needs to be. Super Bean's just godlike. And the thing is that Beasters actually did great in that first round. They had IJ, which is one of the best players in the world, to 0 kills. Rafa was shut down. He went like even on his Victor. He kept getting taken out. But then you had Ozelit that was like 8-1. And then in the next game, Ozelit just never dies too. Ozelit is just impossible to kill. And the biggest thing they need to do is they need to get Dope onto a Scotty or somebody. You have to be able to contain Bean and get him down quick. Because if you don't contain him, he's going to get out and he's going to live. He just can live forever. It's crazy.
I thought that was probably the role guards for Rinks on the ladder to get into the backline, deal with Super Bean. I think I only at one point really saw 1 kill from Rinks onto Super Bean. So is that maybe something that they need to look at to try and target Bean?
Yeah, I mean, I think there needs to be a bigger focus on him because you could see that the rest of the damage deal is from Easy. We're sitting behind the Jabali shield pretty much uncontested. So provided that Jabali is alive, who is being pocketed by the healer, it goes without saying that the healer needs to be dealt with. And whilst we saw the Aletta do that on maybe 1 or 2 occasions, it needed to be a little bit more frequent. And obviously that's easier said than done here as an armchair analyst. When you're playing arguably the best team in the world, it's going to be a challenge. But it is possible. There were signs there from Beasters that they are able to achieve those conditions, but doing it consistently, very, 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 very tough.
All right, let's go to the hero bands for what will be our escort map of Brower's Dock, and we don't see too much of a change, although the Aletta does come out. The Wild Ling has also banned out again, so that is remaining the same, but the Aletta gone, and this does mean the Fade is in play and available for Federal. Shuri, obviously, Jabali didn't work out for Federal. He lost that battle to Slime. I felt like Slime was definitely winning the Jabali battle, but Fade now available. Is this an opportunity for Federal to get back into this series?
Oh, definitely. And the thing is, it's a good ban switch because you don't even need a tank if you have Rinks on that Aletta. He can literally just use his movement to never be hit, so you don't even need shields almost with him. So getting him to where he can't contest that cart forever while doing ungodly amounts of damage to your team, you definitely have to get him off the Aletta. I would take that Fade over that any day.
Yeah, obviously the Aletta from Rinks is something that's quite deadly. We saw it in that last map, guys. It certainly had somewhat of an impact and was probably one of the better players for the side of Beasters. But still, despite that, it's not as if he was able to go absolutely too frag heavy, make too much of a difference, because at the end of the day, it's still a team game. That one player, that one Aletta is not going to do everything.
I still don't think that it had an influence in shutting down Bean on a couple of occasions though, right? So with that tool taken out, it's now up to Beasters to find a different way to shut down the supportive players on the side of Easy. If they're unable to adapt, it's going to be even harder this second round. Very
quickly, Shuri, from you, I want your prediction here for Brower's Dock for Payload. To Easy Gaming make this a pretty quick 2-0.
I don't think so. I think this is going to be a game. Those games were closer in skill than it looks on the score. I think this is going to go good.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there, Shuri. Those particular rounds on Alafidistania were very, very close, and you can pretty much clearly see that the teams weren't too far in skill difference. We'll head into Brower's Dock. Second map of this series, 1-0 up for Easy Gaming against the Beasters, and we'll see whether or not they can close this series out, book themselves a place in the grand final.
Yeah, a best of 5 awaits the winner, and you win that, you know, you will be crowned the champions of Super League. Let's jump into this one and we'll see what the compositions end up looking like. So Jabali will be a mainstay once more. Osis though will see some playtime just due to the longer lines of sight that are afforded to both teams on this particular map. Gloria as well to lay down quite a bit of damage. So it's going to be an intriguing one. And we'll see who is able to get out on top. The onus on Beasters here on attack to get out of this spawn and get onto that payload.
Rafa, one of the top Osises in the world. Not going to be an easy task for Rinks in the sort of matchup department there. I'm expecting Rafa to have a big influence here on the Osis. We'll see if that will be the case. IJF low already to talk about an impact from Rafa. Quick snipe shot onto Dope, shuts him down on the Gloria. He'll go back to spawn, and obviously with Easy Gaming on the defense first, we're going to get really good knowledge as to how dominant they can potentially be here on Brower's dock, whether or not the likes of Beasters can capture the point the whole way. Because I think really that's something that Easy Gaming will be certainly capable of doing. Rafa does get actually sniped by Dope, so little 1-for-1 between those two, and Federal gets the kill onto Slime. Azalik did get rid of Vital, so the support gone momentarily here for Beasters. But the fact that Federal was able to win that first battle with Slime, now get this payload moving, that is a big, big moment for him and for the team of Beasters.
Yeah, being Rafa Slime dropping in that order, that's really good prioritization there from Beasters. It just allows them and affords them a bit of space out of spawn. That said, Rafa looking to contest on the bridge, still has one on an island and may look to play flank. Unfortunately for Dope, he's just been stalled out a little bit here by Rafa and just absolutely slammed there. A great shot, but an equally good trade, and that's going to be so important for the Osis here of Rinks to land those trades.
Yeah, more importantly though, Rafa's just not able to do what he wants, do what he pleases. So he's getting controlled a little bit. Gloria making it a bit annoying for him from Dope. Rinks goes crazy over towards the payload, eventually shut down though by Zalik, and Federal can actually just sit the payload now, put that shield up, and they are very close to being able to get this first checkpoint. There needs to be at least one more engagement here from Easy Gaming to try and stall this point out. Super Bean is low, not at full health. Ultimate available. Do they want to send it in? Rafa's low as well. Try and stop this point from being captured. It is now contested. Last second. Dope though got the kill onto Rafa. Dope's low. Eventually shut down, but Federal the good kill onto IJF, who's not really having that much of an impact. 0 and 2. Point captured, and good signs from Beasters here early on for Brower's Dog.
Yeah, Zalik there so low for such a long period of time on the Gloria. Eventually shut down, so the Osis here from Rinks really providing good value. It doesn't matter. You can ban the Aletta. He'll be able to step up and fulfill another role. And this actually is quite a good performance from Beasters so far. The time management, the progression of the payload is actually really, really good. So this is a good performance from them. It's just about keeping that momentum rolling and not giving an opportunity for Easy to fight back, because they will gather together. They will regroup. The Jabali ult comes through onto that payload, but it is traded out.
Yeah, credit to Federal though. He's had a massive turnaround performance here on Brower's Dock compared to the control map of Alafadastania. 4-0, although might lose his life here. Out by himself near that payload, although coming in from behind. Dope having a really good impact on the Gloria, putting that to good use. IHAF has actually switched over to the Osis, and he's not able to make much happen there either. Still 3 minutes just gone by, but we're getting towards the final checkpoint, 18 meters away. Pretty good push from Beasters. They'll be very happy with the way this has played out so far, but now it's about capitalizing, finishing off again. Federal gets the double, just brute forces his way forward. Rafa throws his body on the payload. This is going to get completed. They're going to go the whole way in 3.5 minutes. Beasters have absolutely smashed through the defense of Easy Gaming.
Wow, what a push. I mean, there were very few mistakes made. It took them a little while to get out of the initial spawn, but we know how difficult that can be with the line of sight that the Osis and Rafa in particular can find. But eventually they hit those trades, their prioritization quite good. They put Slime on an island quite a few times as well, which is really well played. Federal, of course, as well, providing a good front line for the attack. But now it's about replicating this on defense for Beasters. They've had a good start. I'm sure they'll be feeling that they can win this game, but with that comes a little bit of pressure to actually rise to the occasion. And for Easy, it's now about producing a response for themselves. They'll be disappointed, I think, a little bit with how that played out, but they know that if any team is going to respond and beat that time, it's them.
Yeah, and it's not like you're probably expecting Easy to hold you out for too long, but for a team like Beasters' sake, but the fact that they were able to do it, what, 3 minutes 25, so I probably would have expected Beasters to at least be able to get towards the end, but maybe closer to, say, like a 5-minute mark push or something like that. The fact that they did it in 3.5 minutes against a team like Easy is insane. We'll see what Easy can do, though, now on the attack for themselves. I mean, they're certainly capable of actually probably going even faster than this, all things considered. So they could end up finishing this in 3 minutes and they win the game. And suddenly Beasters, then all of that is for naught. So they need to start well, stall this out early. We'll see what they can do. Again, Rinks remains on the Osis. He ended up winning that battle. He actually forced Rafa off of the Osis in that last round, which is quite insane to think about, because Rafa is one of the top Osises in the world. And now again, Rinks is just trying to battle out towards IJF, who is not absolutely giving him an inch and does actually get the kill onto Rinks. That's a good opening kill for Easy Gaming to continue to push this payload forward.
It's a common position to play the Osis there up on that platform. We saw the issues that it did present to Beasters when they were initially attacking, but Easy doing a better job in isolating the Osis on that occasion, doing a better job dealing with it, not feeding picks, applying some good counter pressure. And at this point in time, they are ahead of the checkpoint established by the attack. They've been able to get out of the spawn really, really quickly, and it hasn't really been contested all the way. We're going to likely see Beasters stack the payload late before this first checkpoint.
They lose a Zalik just near that checkpoint, and they've lost IJF. Slime gets the kill onto Federal, so at least one back, but still some damage done to the side of Easy Gaming. They've lost some numbers on the checkpoint itself. Rafa, though, with a big kill onto C, needed to find that one. He's been a little bit quiet. Good kill for him. Rinks will fall as well on the Osis, and that checkpoint has been captured. So a minute and 18, so they've got about 2 minutes or so to try and beat out the Beasters here, and they certainly are capable. If anyone can do it, it's Easy Gaming, that's for sure. Federal onto the fade, but he's also fallen 0-3 in this second round on the defense. Not quite the same impact as he had on the Jabali in that first attacking half.
Yeah, and staggered that push as well. I guess there's going to be questions now as to whether or not Beasters have the damage output. The double Vanguard lineup here from them, perhaps not ideal. That said, I mean, it's not like their opponents aren't running double Vanguard themselves. The Ruby in play, ult now available, Gloria ult up as well for IJF. 5 kills for him so far in this second round, and it doesn't look like this payload is going to get stopped anytime soon.
Yeah, a minute and a half remaining, so they've got a lot of time. They're getting close towards that final checkpoint, and Zalik has been a little bit more quiet so far here on this particular game compared to Control. A big kill
Federal
there.
dead.
Federal again, gone, 0-5, not even able to make the fade work. Rinks also falling to Rafa with a big ultimate utilized, and that payload is done. That's it. Game's over. That is the game. Easy Gaming are far too good. It was far too easy for them, and they will be going to the grand final just like that. When it seemed like Beasters had maybe done something special in that first attacking half, all of that is for naught, because basically that was a one-push attempt from the side of Easy Gaming. Shuri, come on in, mate, because that was some kind of game. I know that Easy ended up winning it 2-0. I know on paper it looked like a bit of a stomp, but you could clearly see that Beasters were putting up a really, really valiant fight, but just some key areas started to probably fall for them. Rafa on the Osis, he doesn't get pushed off that easy, but he struggled. And then the likes of Slime and Federal, that little battle, Federal just couldn't win it.
Yeah, I mean, they just got overwhelmed. I don't even know what happened, to be honest. But, hey, I mean, it is Team Easy, I guess.
Yeah.
And it just felt like they had more firepower almost. But, hey, again, it is Team Easy. Everybody's afraid of these guys for a reason. But to be able to cap at 325 on them, I don't care if you win or lose. Like, you can take that. Nah, I'm going to print that out and put it on my wall.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously a really good start for Beasters, and to get 325 to capture the point, we don't see many teams even be able to capture the final point against Easy Gaming in any kind of time. To do it at 3.5 minutes, which is not, not a bad time. That basically says, I'd say there's about 2 stall outs. So that means you've been able to stall the payload out about 2 times. So when I look at that time, I think actually there's a world in which can Beasters stall out Easy Gaming 2 times? They couldn't, not even once.
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest issue for them. The double Vanguard into the double Vanguard little duel there in the second round just proved to be too difficult. And I think, I kind of share the sentiment of Shuri that they just got overwhelmed on defense. Some of the key players that were so influential on attack, like the Osis in the hands of Rinks, for instance, just didn't quite have that same value proposition. So it was really, really difficult for them to find a way back into that match, because they just continued to stagger, and trying to regroup was a challenge, because obviously Easy is so aggressive and read into that. So look, a valiant effort as you described, not quite enough. I will say though, for the third place match, I think it probably pitches them as a very strong contender. Yeah,
definitely. I think Beasters will probably back themselves in that third place matchup, but it's unfortunate for them that their time in terms of the main portion of the tournament is over. For Easy though, well, celebration times are into a grand final, which of course they'll be awaiting the winner of Argon or Team Difference. So it looks as if we probably might end up with another all-exclusive grand final, as we typically do. In the end, 2-0. Is that a fair scoreline? Beasters were not bad on Control. They weren't bad on Escort. It's almost a little bit unfortunate for them, Shuri, that because it's only a best of 3, they don't get too many chances. 2-0. If you looked at that, you'd say, okay, they got beaten comfortably, but I felt like they held their own.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if this was a double elimination tournament, I'd say they'd at least get second.
Yep, certainly a case where if they had that second chance, who knows what could have happened. They would have taken some key learnings from this particular game and maybe been able to make a bit of a difference later on in the tournament. Well, speaking of difference, of course, we've got their matchup coming up against Argon. After this break, it will be the second semi-final.
From the bottom of the ocean, shooting up above. Take you straight to the oasis, come and chill with us. This is exactly what you wanted, it ain't number love. Ain't what you thought it was. We got the people say all the way. Ain't no time to wait. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All the way. Ain't no time to wait. Yeah. Can you see me now? Up to the stars, can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah. Right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all the way. Can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah. Right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all above. Oh yeah. 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 Oh yeah.
Burgundies on the oaks, greasy Ave every Sunday morning, Maplewood in the smoke, like a spirit we feel it, it's taking us under. Any fire will stoke, find the answers that had their meaning. Windy was like the roads, if we dream it, believe it, we'll fall into wonder. Walk with me, talk with me for a little bit. Let's get into it. Walk with me, high times, low key, a minute down. Lay back afternoon chills. Eastside dads getting lost in stories. Sunbathe watches and stills. It's for freedom, a kingdom, so weightless and tandem. Chase the eye at our own pace. Cast the cat, it'll be okay. Give and take, never hesitate. One by one, we keep on coming. Walk with me, talk with me for a little bit. Let's get into it. Walk with me, high times, low key, a minute down. Walk with me, talk with me. Walk with me, talk with me. Walk with me, talk with me. For a little, just a little bit.
So first semi-final in the books and first team in the grand final with their place booked. It's too easy for Easy. They get past the Beasters 2-0. One more semi-final to get through though. Of course, it's exclusive Argons taking on Team Difference, and we'll see which team can go and take on the mammoth team of Easy Guz. It's going to be a difficult ask in that grand final, but you'd rather be there, you'd rather have a shot. You get a little bit more money as well. So at the very least, you want to win this game.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like the third place match is going to be too much easier either, right? So you want to place yourself in that grand final, give yourself the best shot in the best of 5 and maximize the prize pool as well. So it's going to be an exciting game, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we get all 3 maps.
We'll see whether or not that will happen. Sure, we'll get our resident expert in. Of course, for Argons, we know they're exclusive. They got that target every time. It's an all-exclusive grand final. Do you think this time will be no different?
Well, they're going to have a lot of people make fun of them in club chat if it's not, because, I mean, you got to keep the tradition going, right? But no, this can be a good game. In, like, ranked, you see these guys play each other, and it's basically 50-50. Some of these guys on this difference team are absolute playmakers and could join exclusive if they wanted to, but they over there are trying to build a community. They run like scrims. If anyone else in the community wants to get good and go into competitive, Difference, that club, they will help you learn how to do that. They have different tiers and stuff that they help you with. It's a great community over there, and these are the best of those guys.
Yep. Let's go and have a look at that bracket and, of course, visualize how things are currently standing and where we've come from basically yesterday here for the season finals of Super Season 2. Easy Gaming into that best of 5 grand final. That will be played later today, of course, to crown our champion. The Beasters, they're in that third place match. We will be streaming that. Of course, that will be directly after this semi-final, so we'll be able to get back to the Beasters sooner rather than later. For now, though, coming up, of course, exclusive Argons versus Team Difference. Now, from my understanding, I think Team Difference might actually be having a substitute for this game, guys, so that probably doesn't help them up against exclusive Argons.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll get confirmation of that. We were just talking a little bit about it off stream. That's probably going to be an eventual outcome for Team Difference, which is unfortunate for them because, you know, irrespective of who you're bringing in, it's always going to weaken the synergy of the team and make things a little bit more challenging if you haven't pre-planned for it. So, fortunately for Difference, probably a blight on their prediction heading into this one. Argons, though, on the other side, looking strong.
Yeah, we'll go to Team Difference first. We'll give them the spotlight here. Obviously, sure, as I just mentioned, it's not the full roster. They do have, I think, at least one substitute in for today, which is not ideal. I don't know who of which is particularly missing here, but obviously when you kind of do look at this lineup, they've got some really talented players. We know they've got the fragging power of the likes of Dal. Polos is strong. Thomas as well can play the tank role very, very good. T3 God and Crazy are all very talented. So actually, this is Argons that we're looking at here. I did say Team Difference, but anyway. So we'll, I guess, talk about exclusive Argons first, and I guess talk about the fact that they are the kind of team that really can go toe-to-toe with Easy. They should be able to deal with Difference, and really, as I mentioned, all those names basically just rattled off, basically all top players.
Oh, definitely. And Polos is actually one of the best tanks in the world. He's developed just tremendously since last time. Dell was already a playmaker, but he's gotten even better. Thomas, we saw him get dropped from Easy and then join a team with like 2 days notice in the last Arena League and showed out just crazy moves on the fade and crazy. One of those healers like Super Beam that you just want on your team. I mean, and then T3 God, just the guy who birthed the scene like a year ago. He had created competitive for T3. So, I mean, this is the people you want to have on your team, and it's going to be a good one.
We'll go to Team Difference now and go and have a look at this roster, guys. And obviously, we probably ourselves haven't seen these guys as much, which that in itself is already going to be probably quite telling when, you know, we're used to seeing these names of Argons, we're used to seeing these names of Easy, and even Beasters. Whereas for Team Difference, these are names that we haven't seen as much. Obviously, Shuri pointed out that they're a team that have made finals before, they've got that experience, but they're not like household names, at least at the top end of these tournaments.
Yeah, and as Afa mentioned, it does look like there's going to be a couple of subs. You know, I'm not seeing names like Jordan and Veer, for instance, in this particular lineup. So if this is the one that is going to be played, it's going to be intriguing to see just how impactful they will end up being. They go in likely as the underdogs, on top of the fact that there are substitutes as well, only sort of reinforces that point. So we'll have to see who can step up. Obviously, Sands with some incredible stats, and if he can, you know, fulfill that Skadi/Ruby role, we'll see, you know, if he's able to post up big numbers.
On your thoughts on that, obviously, Shuri, not ideal. 1 or 2 subs. Looks like Jordan is out. Are these big losses for Team Difference?
Jordan's a huge loss. He's one of the best Victors in the world, and right now Victor is one of those game changers because you can stun kill a healer and they can't teleport out of it, and so it can be so valuable. That's why you were seeing Rinks, instead of going for the healer first, he was always going for Rafa first on that Victor. Victor's so huge, so to lose one of the best Victors in the game, that's a loss.
Let's go to the hero band phase for this particular game of Elephant Estania to begin our first map, and it is going to be the Gloria taken off the board, along with Mark, which I don't think we've ever seen banned before, at least I certainly haven't. What's your thoughts on the ban of Mark here, Shuri?
My thoughts is T3 God's going to be so mad. He loves Mark, and he's so good at it. He's the best in the world at Mark. So, he can kill people so quick. His movement on Mark is crazy, and they 100% did that to him. He's going to be so mad.
It does leave a lot on the table, though. Of course, no Vanguard bans in that regard, along with the likes of a letter staying up. So I guess it does kind of mean that, yeah, you target ban one particular player, one particular hero, but it does leave a lot of other options on the table.
I guess in the context of this match, though, right, given how that squad's formed with T3 God probably having to be a big impact player given other circumstances, you target ban him, you frustrate him. Is he now going to be on the tilt and find it difficult to find himself back into this game? He'll now need to jump on something else that can deal damage, maybe something like a Gloria or something to that effect. So we'll see.
Gloria's just been banned out.
Oh, Gloria was banned out. Yes, my apologies. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how he looks to play around that, right? With how the DPS meta shifting up. So that's gonna be an intriguing little storyline, and we'll see if that does hemorrhage him in this particular game.
Yeah. Quickly get your predictions, Shuri. We'll leave it to maybe just control for now. Who takes that control?
I mean, I think it's probably going to be Argons. These guys have been together for a while, but I mean, like I said, you can never count these guys out. And watch for Jox on that Difference team to just show how much of a superstar he is. This is his moment to shine and show he really is that good.
All right, we'll keep an eye on him as we head to Elephant Estania. It is going to be exclusive Argons as the favorite of the two teams. We'll see if they can play into that favoritism tag fine here. Team Difference with a couple of substitutes, not ideal. Losing Jordan, even more so, top Victor player in the world, and he is not going to be available. So not really what you want in these kind of matches where you're really going up against the very best of the best and you want to sort of test yourself. There's a spot to go to the grand final on the line and you're not really at full strength. It obviously doesn't help, but you've got to kind of mentally put all of that aside and just focus on the game now.
Yeah, so we jump into the server, and God will jump across onto the Skadi, which kind of does make, you know, sense in terms of the natural progression with both the Mark and the Gloria taken down. With that revolver in hand, he'll be looking to deal some insane levels of damage. Double Vanguard lineup here from Difference, though. We'll see both the Fade and the Ruby in play as they fight for the left lane control.
It does look like Fear is playing, though, so not too sure how many subs in particular, but the main one being the fact that Jordan not playing, so no Victor and no otherworldly player there. Point available to be captured. It is exclusive Archons, who of course have already got themselves in position to capture said point. Fear gets taken out by Polos. He actually won the little 1v1 there in the Fade battle, and it is easy start for Archons in the fact that they really were able to keep Difference well and truly at distance away from that checkpoint really early on. They are keeping them at the back here, and the Difference, it's very split up at the moment as they are not really playing as a coordinated unit.
Yeah, so we'll see if they're able to regroup here and see how much damage they're able to inflict. Dal on the Wildling, so we'll see what kind of impact that can have as well, especially at range and chipping away, doing damage before these, you know, big group fights are able to be established. Ult's now being cooked up as well as the point eclipses 30%, and we're going to see Difference to jump on.
Yeah, Fear again losing that little battle with Polos. Polos now 2-0, and Fear 0-2 in Fade battle. Zeke gets taken out, and Dal actually gets the double. I'm on 0 FPS, has been eliminated. Thomas with a kill onto Dumphy, and this is a very dominant beginning for exclusive Argons. You've just got to hope for Team Difference this is not going to be the case for the series as a whole, because if it is, this could be a very quick series.
Yeah, already eclipsing 50%. 4 ultimates available for ex-Argons as well heading into this particular fight. Labula to drop hers first, so the Coral Blast will be able to set up that turret, inflict more damage and heals as well. for the rest of the team as these kills continue for the Wildling. The streak is being built, the ultimates expended by X-Argons, good value from them. And Difference finding it once again very difficult to fight themselves in towards the site. That's Ossus down as well from Dal, who just continues his reign of terror.
It's getting ugly. No kills so far. Up to 80% now for exclusive Argons. This is turning into a beatdown to start here on Alpha Destania and probably highlighting the key difference between these two teams respectively here for the second semi-final. So one more big group up for Team Difference. 90% on the point. They've got to contest it. They've got to get on it and make sure this goes over to overtime. Very easy once again in terms of a big snipe from Dal to get rid of I'm on 0 FPS. Crazy with the kill onto Fear. They are running out of players, running out of time. This is going to be 100-0. Onto the point they get. Overtime bar does come up, but look at the high ground advantage here for Dal. Just sniping from the sidelines. Goal with the kill onto Dumphy, and that overtime bar will shrink to nothing. 1-0-0.
Yeah, some great work there from Dal. And you can see just positionally how superior it has been for them. And, 6 kills in the first round, I believe. Just uncontested. They're able to play at range, snipe.
I don't think they got a single kill.
I think it was very, very much lopsided in favor of X-Argons. Again, the favourites heading into this particular game with other circumstances surrounding their opponents. We expected that to probably bolster their chances, but nonetheless, still a dominant first round. And they'll be looking to probably roll that into back-to-back 100-0s.
Yeah, and obviously for exclusive Argons, it's a good little warm-up for the grand final later on as well. If this does end up being this kind of game, this kind of series, if you will, where they can just kind of steamroll across the park against their opponents, even over towards the escort map to follow after this. If they can win that comfortably too, then suddenly coming into that grand final, they can have really, really good momentum, really good confidence against what will be a very intriguing grand final. Argons versus Easy could very well be a very fitting way to probably close out the year here for the Super Finals. We'll have to get there first for Team Difference. Can they do something a little bit different here in this second round? They certainly can. It's double kill from Risk. There you go. On the board, makes the Ossus work, gets the kill onto Dal Thomas. They don't get the point though. Despite getting 2 kills in a 5-on-3, the point still is captured by exclusive Argons.
Yeah, and that timer will now begin to tick up. Eyes now on Fear on the fade. Is he able to provide some counter pressure while the objective has now flipped? So Difference now looking to build up their, obviously their scorecard in this particular round. Fear looking to hit some charges, look for a couple of stuns. Shield goes down from the Ruby, so offering some protection to the front line, and not the worst of responses here so far.
Oh, another kill though onto Zeke, so he falls too. Risk is also at risk of dying. Dumphy low, and that's not good news for the side of Team Difference, but they are up to 23%, so at least getting some points on the board. Quite literally this round, Risk versus Thomas, and he wins that battle, but the point has flipped back over to Argons. Fear 0-1. I don't know if he's been able to do much in the battle against Polos in this particular matchup of the Fades. It's Stull who gets the kill onto Zeke. Second to follow on 0 FPS. And it's now up to 25% for Argons. Fear, though, does get a kill on the board now. On the fade, got rid of Dal, who's been so influential in this match. Thomas, though, with the kill onto Risk. And suddenly, the battle has turned itself from the point to the side alley.
Yeah, very compact here, and that is going to favor the Scardy God with a really nice 3k fall for him so far in the round, and he's been so influential in this particular game already, despite the target ban. Another one there, just piling on the pain.
Another one. 53% for exclusive Argons, 5-0 from God. He's just flipped the script. Dal can get back to his sniping ways. Another big tag. Fear low on the fade. Needs to cop some heals very quickly from Zeke. Team Difference, yeah, certainly a better effort from them this time, guys, in this second round. But once again, Argons have just got all of the pressure, all of the damage. Dumphy almost gets caught. Dal couldn't quite land the shot. Zeke is low, caught in the back line, dead. Dal gets rid of the support. Crazy, he's even getting involved. The support, the Labula, getting the kill onto the fade of Fear, up to 82%. I'm on 0 FPS.
Oh,
with
the
kill onto
charge!
Thomas. The charge is pretty decent again from Polos. Good pressure, should be able to convert this. He's finding the kill and will do so onto Risk. The Ossus will fall 90%. Cap on the point, was almost flipped over, but they've stopped it. They've disallowed that from happening. Argon's able to push them back. Fear is low. They've got to just get onto the point, though. Force that overtime bar. Make that pop. Dow, kill onto Fear. There goes the Vanguard. He's fallen. Overtime bar is up. Now just throwing bodies onto the point to try and continue to bring this game. I'm on 0 FPS in the middle of all of this. Polos is low. He's able to get some heals from Crazy, though, and the Labula wrist goes down. God with a big kill onto Duffy. Polos gets rid of I'm on 0 FPS. Overtime bar going down, and that's going to be the game. It is a 2-0. No, it's actually capped back at the last second. They continue it on. That should be it, though. This time it shrinks. That time it dissipates. That is Elephant Estanya done. 2-0 for exclusive Argons.
Wow, dominant performance in the end. And whilst we did see some fight there from Team Difference, it was obviously not enough in the end. Just clinical, really, from X-Argons in the end. And it's obviously shaping up to probably be a 2-0 series in favor, unless Payload Escort has something else to say about it.
Well, we haven't heard from Shuri since the beginning of Elephant Estanya. That first round, probably the most dominant performance that we've seen this tournament. No kills for Team Difference, 100-0. Doesn't really get any better than that for Archon. Second round, though, was a little bit better from Difference.
Yeah, one thing I'm really glad about that first round is Dell. One of the best players, especially in our first Arena League. He had a little bit of a down Arena League on the second one. And to see him come back and just give one of the best performances in a round I think we've probably seen, like outside of maybe Rinks yesterday.
Yep.
Like that was really nice. I mean, he was the difference in the game. And then God also did very good. And in that second round, oh my God, a God on that like 6-piece just like killed everybody.
Polos also very dominant, won that Fate battle really comfortably against Fear Guts. That was a big difference point. Clearly for Team Difference, though, missing Jordan, missing that full roster. The fact that, though, at least the second round was slightly more competitive, 27% they were able to capture themselves. And then really until that moment there from God, where he just finds like 4 kills in about the span of 5 seconds, were they quite competitive. The problem was they could never then get back. The fight over towards the side hall here obviously was where a lot of the round was taking place, and I think that actually favoured the Skadi.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, that close distance of engagement, it did favour the Skardis, and God having a fantastic solo moment there, and there were, across the round, highlighted solo plays that were probably the difference makers. Unfortunately for Team Difference, whilst their team player, especially into round 2, was actually not too bad. They didn't have anyone step up and have those big multi-kill moments to, crack open rounds and fights. That was unfortunate for them. Yeah, and heading into Escort, I think it's only going to get more challenging.
Let's see what the hero bands have to say here for our Escort map of Brower's Dock. It is the Mark band once again from Diff, also the Gloria band once again from Argon. So no change up, no difference. Sherry, you've seen the first map now of Elephant Estanya. We head to Payload. I can't imagine that we're going to see much of a difference here. Argon's just looks so dominant.
One thing on that map in particular that really helped Argons is they had Crazy, who is one of the best lobs that there has ever been. And Labula does damage and healing with Splash, so when you have all 10 people in the hill like we did at the end, not only is Crazy healing his team, but he's also doing damage to the other team, while the other team has single target healing. So that did so much to make it hard for the Neon to even keep up, and for them to just be able to take everyone out. And then Polos, being just the absolute animal he is, cleaned everything up, getting that win. And you can't do that on Brower's Dock. The Mark was a great ban, though, because he can flank on this, and T3 God is the most annoying person on the planet when he's on Mark on this map. I swear I have PTSD.
Despite everything that you said
great.
just then, though, surely Argon's still your favorite team to win here.
No, for sure, but I do think that there were a lot of comp advantages that they did have on that control map that don't translate as much on this, so it might be a little bit closer at least.
Okay, well, I mean, that'll be quite fascinating to see whether or not that will make a difference heading into Brower's Dock. I think every time we see this particular mode, though, those top teams, especially those from Exclusive, they just have such an ease of pushing that payload, and then on the defense, a really strong way of keeping teams trapped in spawn.
Yeah, I mean, composition obviously will play a role, but I would expect the team you know, with the caliber and experience of exclusive Argons to be, you know, comfortable and willing to switch up their composition and what that's going to be better suited for this particular map and mode. So for me, it's not a huge concern. I mean, it's a bit of an asterisk heading into the game as to whether or not they're actually going to be willing to switch, but I assume they will be. They're looking to build momentum into what's going to be a big grand final, and a 2-0 victory here will do just that.
You imagine the Argons will get the job done, guys?
I think they will.
All right. Shuri, do you think that Argons will win this, head off to the grand final?
I do, but that first round, one thing I noticed was 0 FPS played 5 different heroes, I think. And so, like, you can't get a plan together when you're switching that much. And they played Aletta the whole time on the second one, which was a much closer, much better match. So I think that the biggest thing that Difference needs to do is they need to go with a strategy and just go with it. You don't need to change 5 heroes in a, like, 1.5 minute control match. Like, I understand that things weren't working for them, so like, they tried different things. But you need to get a strategy together that everyone's on the same page with and then execute it, which I know these guys are capable of. And we saw it much more in that second control round. So I hope they can do that in this one. And they kind of have their stuff together. They've kind of figured out the kinks a little bit. Like that's what I'm hoping happens.
It's a good point that Shuri brings up, especially going into control. You can't waste a lot of time. You saw how quick that easy we're able to push that payload in our first semi-final. Even after we saw Beasters get a 3-minute 25, we're sitting there saying that's a pretty good time. Yeah. And then it wasn't a pretty good time. So you can't really go and continue to just change up your heroes every 2 seconds. You've got to have a team composition. You've got to have a plan. You've got to follow through on it. Yeah,
I mean, I think you've got to have a game plan at the very beginning, commit to it. You know what the hero bans are with quite a bit of time to plan for that and starting sides, etc. So, you know, against a really good team that you can't be stalling out, especially on attack and defensively, you're going to have to create these buffer points. You need to at least stall out that attack a couple of times, 2 minimum. That's kind of the benchmark that we've seen set in previous matches. So that's going to be the goal, and we'll see if Team Difference can achieve it.
Yeah, I think for Team Difference, it's going to be a case of can they get out of spawn first and foremost, and then from there, how can they actually go in these fights on the payload? You've got to get it moving, and obviously it depends on who's attacking and defending first, but I think for me, Argons are just going to have the capabilities of being able to push that payload quickly. That's what it's going to come down to at the end of the day. We know that they're going to be able to push it quickly. We've already been seeing that Fear, unfortunately, hasn't quite been able to win that tank battle either, so that's going to be so important in being able to either stall out the point, or the payload, or obviously push it itself. Thank you, Shuri. We'll get back to you at the end of Brower's Dock, at the end of this payload mode. Of course, it's our second map of this best of 3 semi-final. If Argons win it, we go and see them make it to the grand final, and of course it would be then the third place matchup for the losers in Team Difference versus Beasters, which I'm going to be honest, obviously we've seen a little bit of both now, obviously from the first 2 semi-finals. Guz, if we do end up seeing a Beasters Team Difference third place matchup, I think Beasters go into that as the favourite.
Yeah, I think they probably will, given what we've seen thus far, but we're, you know, more than happy. In fact, we would love to see a potential upset here in the second round to keep things nice, close, and competitive, and a little bit more unpredictable. But yeah, it's going to be a tough battle. I'm expecting Argons to make it through this game. They were just too good on control, and whilst we saw some fight from Difference and some change of plans in the second round, it unfortunately did once more fall short, and this payload mode is going to be, you know, probably even more unforgiving if they get off to a bad start.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially if you get trapped in spawn, if you get stalled out, and I think the biggest thing as well is being able to just deny progress on that payload. Can you win a couple of fights and that just stalls the payload from moving, and that adds up with time. It really does, and very quickly you can see what time is going to mean, obviously, for the likes of Argons and what we saw from Easy. They're very capable of being able to complete the whole thing inside, under 3 minutes pretty comfortably, even quicker than that. So you need to be able to basically do that. That's got to be the goal, or you got to find a way of stopping them from being able to do that too easily, too quickly. As we head into this one, though, it will be Team Difference on the defense first, so it does kind of set the task for them immediately to try and deny Argon. So they've kind of got at least the understanding that they don't have a goal just yet. They're the ones that are going to set this goal. So can they keep Argons trapped in spawn? Can they keep Argons at bay for as long as possible, give themselves some time? Somewhat similar to, the likes of Beasters. If Beasters had have, say, gone first, could have they maybe stalled out things a little bit more? Who knows? In the end, they actually attacked first, didn't do so bad, but then obviously Easy did far better. So for Difference, I kind of like the fact that they're defending first.
Yeah, the fade Russian right lane early, so Pole lost top control on the bridge, looking to aggress and looking to shut down that Ossus as quickly as possible, and has done a good job to flush out that position. Risk under pressure, forced off, and probably now in a less favorable position himself. Thomas on the point, so there's pressure on the payload itself. Polos can charge the backline as well. So a bit of a split attack here from Argons, but, you know, to the credit of Team Difference, they're contesting the point, they're staying alive, and they're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, no one's died just yet, although I say that, and Zeke actually falls. Not ideal to lose support that early. There goes the Vanguard as well of Fear. Dumphy does get a kill onto God, but obviously closer in spawn. Won't take too long to get back into the battle itself, and the payload can start now moving forward for exclusive Argons, as Dal trying to get some high ground advantage here on the Ossus, trying to get some tags to land. Didn't quite there, but he's able to now play off of the low ground, push up on the side lane and try and keep the pressure on. Over towards the bridge though for Team Difference now. Got a couple of players stacked up above, and again, doing well to at least contest the point, making it difficult for the side of Argons to keep just pushing it for free. Risk actually got the kill onto Dal. Crazy then falls to I'm on 0 FPS, and suddenly it's a stalled out cart that also has lost 2 players for Argons.
Thomas as well, taken very low on HP, but able to just survive, so some good heals from Argons once more. Low, you can see his health critical. I don't think though he'll be able to be taken down, and it will be healed up and just chipped up well by the rest of the team. But credit to Team Difference at the moment. They've stalled the cart under the bridge, and whilst a couple players here and there have fallen, they're doing a good job. Jabali dead, that's Thomas to respawn. And this is a pretty good defense thus far. Argons need to change something up ASAP.
Yeah, Dal switched over to the Aletta, so they're going to try something else. They've got the double Vanguard set up as well. Fade and the Jabali to be utilized here. They are just struggling to push forward. Dumpy with the kill onto Dal. He cannot get into this game. 0 and 3. Dal having an absolute shocker here, but to the credit of Difference, well, they're the reason why. Minute and 12 seconds left to even just get to the checkpoint, and Thomas has been sniped out again. God uses the ultimate to get the kill onto Dumpy. Nice snipe out though from Risk. He gets the kill onto God, and this is really how this entire round has just been playing out over the last 2.5 minutes. It's just trade for trade, but Difference have been edging out. They've been a little bit better across the board so far to start in the first 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, Polos now eyes on him. Ultimate available alongside the Jabali. So Argons need to combine these ults to try and gain some space. Thomas pops his. I don't think it provided that much value. Push the defense off though a little bit. A good charge from Polos goes deep. Risk able to find a kill as well though in response. Polos needs to get to work, and he does, but eventually traded out. Risk is providing so much value to the defense, and Argons continue to struggle. Look at the time.
I don't think they're going to get it.
Only 20 seconds to go. They need to make this push count.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get it. I think there's a chance that Team Difference could actually take a whole map here and send us to the 3rd map. 15 seconds remaining for exclusive Argons to even just get the first checkpoint. This is going to be a very easy target for Team Difference for them to get to. 6 seconds left. Payload contested. God will fall. He's 4 and 5. He's had a struggle staying alive as well. The Vanguards haven't been working. Polus has switched over to the Ruby, trying something different. Dal back onto the Ossus. The Aletta didn't work. He does at least land a tag onto Dumpy. Gets the kill. Something, at least, finally, for Argons to find a kill to try and push this forward. Fear has been doing an amazing job staying alive on that fade, on the Payload. And I'm on 0 FPS with a snipe onto Dal. That's another one gone for Argons. Payload moving slightly, but mostly contested. Overtime bar will go down pretty rapidly if they get pushed off of it. Just trying to force this over the line. 14 meters now, 12 meters. I'm on 0 FPS in the back line. Half health actually is crazy on the support, and I'm on 0 FPS just has to turn around and kill him, and that will get rid of a lot of the heals. No one is dying really at all in this fight, just trying to stay alive. Crazy, doing a tremendous job. It's all on him.
Gotta get on the
reason
cart!
why they got off the cart. They got off the cart. What?
I mean, what an insane conclusion. As you mentioned, everybody staying alive. There's one kill to unlock things a little bit, but 0 FPS there. We could see him on the overhead doing so much damage in the backline. Then there was one point in time he's taking down 1 bar of HP, but able to survive. And then the attack falls off the point, and we know that when it enters that overtime phase, the bar diminishes. You only have to be off it for a moment.
It was in overtime for so long.
Yeah, that it expired.
That it just
whittles down.
It goes so quick.
Wow. I mean, what a performance there from Difference on the defense. The question will be, though, can Argons now, on their defensive effort, produce a similar, and I guess for their sake, a better result?
It is doable. I mean, Argons would be certainly capable, no doubt about that. I mean, when you consider their team and how talented they are, I think that, you know, we were talking about it sort of in the pre-match discussion, being able to trap teams in spawn, keep this payload from moving, but it's the fact that they themselves didn't really get it all that far. They don't have much of a buffer. They don't have, you know, this to be really a time thing. It's just simply down to the fact that that first checkpoint is the distance. That's not a lot. And even these top teams, even the likes of Exclusive Easy, I mean, we saw Beasters, they actually finished against Easy 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Beasters did that against Easy. So I think Difference are more than capable of being able to at least just get this first checkpoint against Argons.
We'll see, though, if some of those key players can have a big impact. For instance, 0 FPS in the previous round. Defensively, did a really, really good job. First pick, though, it goes the way of Dal. So good work there on the Ossus, providing value, getting a nice, easy first kill from him. And it's all about applying pressure with that sniper. In fact, he's actually going to aggress. Dal, aggressive in the backline. Has he made his move too soon, though? That's the question. Will he be caught off guard, or is he able to reposition? Cart contested, Dal able to move across, find safety, now back up on the high ground.
Just got to keep that payload from being moved for a very, very long time here. You cannot give them anything, not an inch. Dal's going to be careful. Can't lose his life. Does at least get the kill. Double kill from Dal. Much better here on the defense from him on the Ossus. 4-0 to start, making it very difficult for Difference to just get out of the spawn, get onto the payload. They need to try and take the fight to the payload. Try and get these shields or these bubbles on the payload. Get it moving. Just get it contested. Do something. Get out of spawn. Take the fight. Dal's going to be careful.
Oh, he's dead.
And Risk has been able to catch him. I'm on 0 FPS as well. Helped out with that. The Aletta was able to get into the backline up above. That's a really big kill onto Dal. Might just mean they can get out of spawn now. And again, the Aletta making good use. I'm on 0 FPS. Teleports back, full health, was very low. Fear as well on the Vanguard, very, very low here on the fade. Dumpy just staying alive, barely. Really good work from Zeke to get these heals out, to get everyone back up and healthy. Payload moving now, minute 48 remaining to get to that checkpoint.
Thomas doing a lot of work here as well on the Ruby. Ult available as well. You can see 0 FPS trying his best to dive that, get good position. Dal, ult popped, damage dealt. Point continues to be contested here, and defensively, this is a good performance so far. The attack finding it challenging to still get out of spawn as Dal continues his reign of terror. 6 kills so far, and again, we'll be able to lock these attackers inside of spawn.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's the reason they just cannot get out, and once he was down, that was when they were able to actually get a little bit of that payload moving, so they need some pressure on Dal. Even if they just take, say, I'm on 0 FPS on the Aletta, now onto the Scotty, and just say, hey, go and kill Dal. Make sure that Dal cannot snipe us as we're getting out of spawn. God, trying to also be influential here by getting a lot of free damage in as they walk out of the spawn. 59 seconds remaining. It's not a lot of time. That's a big sniper getting from God. So big defense from Argons. Just when it felt like maybe the pressure was on them, they've been able to rise to the occasion and get to work. Pressure onto Zeke. The support falls. 8 seconds spawn. 45 seconds remaining. And again, that bridge, that high ground. This is going to be so good for Dal.
Yeah, I think we might even need to see something radical here
They're
from the attack of Team Difference. They need to try and contest this higher ground, but the pattern's being staggered. The spawn's not great. They're finding it difficult to clear these key positions now, and we've seen when they are able to unlock them, it opens up the attack massively, but they now don't have a lot of time to work with. Just over 20 seconds remains, and you can see on that top bar, the cart still a long way away from where it needs to be.
Yeah, not a lot of time remaining, 13 seconds. That payload needs to move. Fear on the point. Thomas just also making sure that that payload does not move. They want to get this into overtime as quick as possible, because as we know, once it goes that overtime bar, it will shrink rapidly if anyone gets off it after a long time on it, and they need to be on it for a long time. Here we go. Dal with another big kill. Same with God. They're going to do it. Archons have been able to have a very stalwart defense. Zeke's still alive. Never mind. Gone as well. God to fall. That's at least one back. He actually got a double kill there. Risk massive on the Ossus. Could that be a momentum breaker for them to maybe circumnavigate this payload towards the checkpoint? Dumpy to fall though. Overtime bar has been up there for a while, so if they get off of this payload, it will rapidly shrink in no time at all. One last push, one last effort for Difference. Can they keep their grand final hopes alive? Shield onto the point. Big kill onto God. Dal once again get it to big kill. Fear able to get one back. Trades for trade. 3 versus 3 on the point. Fear low. Gore. That's the Vanguard. Dumpy can't survive for much longer. He's going to get off of the point. The overtime bar's going to shrink. He's just barely staying alive. Nice work from Zeke, but not enough, and it will be an exclusive Argons 2-0 in the semi-final and sets us up for the grand final exclusive showdown.
63 meters, but not enough. A good effort there, of course, from Team Difference, but they fell short of the mark. They just found it so difficult, I think, to dislodge those key power positions, and the likes of the Ossus, the Skadi as well, providing a lot of value and so much damage that made it difficult to get outside of that spawn area. So unfortunate for them, but a good performance. Certainly performed better.
Yep.
They're on Payload than we probably gave them credit for.
It does feel like an opportunity missed, though. An opportunity that has gone begging. Shuri, a tremendous defense from Team Difference, and obviously weren't able to sort of follow that up on the attack, but you do have to give them a massive round of applause. It's not easy to keep any team out of that first checkpoint, let alone exclusive Argons. They did that, but then they also struggled to do it themselves.
Yeah, like on that first one, like I said at the very beginning, Jox needs to show that he is that superstar. He's playing on 0 FPS, and he was that Aletta that literally never died, no matter what, and that allowed Risk to just go off on the Ossus. Dumpy doing a great job healing on the Hunter, but also doing a ton of damage, and they just worked so well as a team on that first defense, and it just fell apart on attack. And all of that was because one, you had Crazy, absolutely insane how much that guy healed, but really it came down to Dell would not miss a shot.
Yeah, Dell was massive in that defense when it felt like maybe we were going to go to a third map, but Difference had probably done enough in that first attacking round, guys, or their first defensive round. Dell, really, he actually couldn't get going, like pretty much most of his team in the attacking portion, but defensively, he is the reason why they've won this 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to lock down high ground. You can see in the replay package at the moment, landing a couple multi-kills, popped a nice ult here as well, with a minute 30 left on the clock, just continued to stagger. And there were a couple of points as well where he felt pressure, but he quickly responded, rotated, didn't give away his life for free, and that meant that for the majority of the round, he was applying pressure. And we saw, right, when he did die, the response from the attack was actually quite confident and valiant, but those opportunities came few and far between.
Yeah, certainly did. Obviously, whenever Dell was really in the grave and had finally been dealt with, that was the only time the Payload was able to get moving, and it just took them far too long. It did just kind of feel like maybe they had to try and force the fight either on Dell or on the point. Instead, they were kind of playing into the long shooting game from spawn. Obviously, didn't end up working out. You kind of tip your hat a little bit to Team Difference, though. Of course, that first half, that defensive half, certainly a very impressive half, but not enough to get the job done. Somewhat similar story to our first semi-final, Shuri, where Beasters obviously put up a pretty valiant effort against a very strong Easy team, walked away with a 0-2 loss. Team Difference, same again, put up a valiant effort, but walk away with a 0-2 loss.
Yeah, definitely. But one thing that's really great is that we now get to see the people who put up those valiant efforts against each other, and then the two exclusive teams together. So we're going to have two great series back to back. And the best part is these series matter because whoever wins gets money. And I mean, in the finals, both of them do. But I mean, there's a significant difference. I mean, it basically doubles first from second, and then third place, it's nothing or something. So these are huge matches with huge stakes. So you're going to see them come out, and I think the Difference might have learned a lot because you didn't see him switching that much until the very end when like all hope seemed lost. You should switch if you can't get out of your base for 3 minutes. So like I get that, but on that defense, they didn't switch. They stayed with it. They had a good strategy and it worked. And so I think they kind of learned, okay, we don't need to switch right away. And even when things were struggling, they kept it going, and they switched when like you probably should. So like I think they did learn that whole don't just keep switching. They get a strategy and go with it. So Difference is going to be like a lot harder than that first Control looked, I think, for this next match.
Yeah, certainly agree with you there. We're going to get a short break. When we come back, that third place match will be on the other side. Beasters will be taking on, I can't remember that. I've just gone completely blank.
Difference.
We'll find out after the pod.
Difference. There you go. Difference. There you go. Beasters and Difference. Third place match. I don't know how that's just happened considering we just watched them. Looking forward to that. And of course, after the third place, after that will be the grand final.
Starting soon, it's new, they pick a trigger. Fill up the cup away, bigger, better, better sugar. Bring it, got it, pop it. It's a new generation of the side, got it. Just don't get to zero. Let go, aim your arrow. Break the shackles, prepare for battle. It's here and now. Light a game, word a stage, drop it in and find a place. It's on, it's on. Show must go on. Welcome to It's on, show must go on. Welcome to the new world. We gonna go down, down in history. It's on, show must go on. Welcome to the new world.
Look, it's a bird, it's a plane, oh my. Crashing a party, meet me in the sky. This is that extraterrestrial vibe. Let me know if you feel it, don't keep it inside. Tell me who do it like this. Up in the air like swish. Shoot my shot, don't miss. Tick, tick, we got the people saying all the way. Ain't no time to wait. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All the way. Ain't no time to wait. Yeah, can you see me now? Up to the stars, can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah. Right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all the way, all the way. Can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah. Right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all the way. From the bottom of the ocean, shooting up above. Take you straight to the oasis, come and chill with us. This is exactly what you wanted, it ain't number love. Ain't what you thought it was. We got the people say all the way. Ain't no time to wait. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All the way. Ain't no time to wait. Yeah. Can you see me now? Up to the stars, can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah. Right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all the way, all the way. Can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah. Right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all the way, all the way. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
So both semi-finals in the books. It's not quite grand final time. It's third place time. Although, of course, quite a significance to this particular third place matchup. Money or no money. It's something versus nothing. And so, therefore, there is actually something to fight for in this third place game, which is always at least good. If you're going to have a third place matchup, at least make it worth fighting for.
Yeah, and expecting it to be a competitive little game. So a good curtain raiser for the BO5 grand final. This one, though, is still just a best of 3, so the teams will be comfortable with the format.
Yep. Beasters versus Team Difference. We'll get our resident expert once in again in Shuri. I'm honestly excited for this game because I kind of look at these two teams as being quite equal. We saw Beasters, of course, valiant against the likes of Easy, and then the same for Difference against Argons, as we just saw. Both kind of showed enough that to suggest they're probably around the same kind of level. We may even get potentially all 3 maps in this. We'll go to the bracket as we continue to discuss it, of course, for this third place game. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts on Beasters versus Difference.
I mean, if Difference can put it together, they showed that they can literally take on Argons, and Argons struggled there. I mean, they could not get to the midpoint, and as we saw, Beasters did that against Easy Gaming. So, like, that's a real feat, and you should be proud of that. So like, if they can just recreate that and put it together and work as a team, most importantly, that was I think the biggest problem. If they were to just all rush Dell, they might have been able to do it because Dell was the whole thing stopping him, and they would only send 1 or 2 guys after him. Like, if that's the only guy stopping you, just rush him. Like, they got to work as a team, and I think when they get pressure on them, sometimes they'll just go into individual mode of I got to make the play, and they need to be in the mode of let's work together to make the play.
After that first semi-final, guys, for Beasters, we probably anticipated they'd go into this as maybe heavy favourites, to be honest. And then obviously team difference as well. When we kind of started that first map, Alafidastania, it didn't go that well for them, did it? It was 100-0. They got 0 kills on that first round. So that probably further cemented that. But ever from that point onwards, they actually looked okay. So for Team Beasters coming into this one, I think that they were able to push easy. It's just a matter of, do you kind of rate easy slightly higher than Argon's, but we'll have to wait and see. But I think for me, Beasters still come into this as slight favourites.
Yeah, I think Beasters just edge out for my liking as well. Both teams obviously heading into this one showed competitive signs against equally, competitive teams, both of which will put on a great grand final. But for Beasters specifically, we're going to need to again see the likes of Vital, Zeta both step up, continue to post up numbers, and help ensure that they, putting the likes of Dope as well on the Aletta in playmaking positions, so that Federal can be protected. And I feel like Federal's been a big talking point as well, and while the numbers here may not reflect it, he has been a hugely influential player in that Vanguard role, and despite even on occasion being target banned with the Fade, he has shown that he's adaptable.
Yep. Their opponents for this third place matchup, team difference, we just saw them. Obviously, once again, still without Jordan, I would imagine. It hasn't been fully confirmed, but yeah, I would imagine probably done for the day. Jox, which is I'm on 0 FPS, though, was doing quite well. And honestly, really, as the kind of series went on, we started to see even likes of Risk start to do a bit better. Fear as well, actually, was a little bit more influential on the Vanguard role of the Fade as well on the Escort map. So, look, I felt like they actually kind of were getting better until, obviously, it didn't work out for them on their own attacking half, but I felt that was more to do with Argon's probably stepping up rather than different stepping down.
Yeah, I would have to agree, and I think 0 FPS showed that he had really good survivability, and on the payload mode, that's going to be ever important. I mean, even to an extent, control as well, especially if it is quite close and comes down to late round overtime. So
yep,
it's going to be an intriguing little battle to watch, and I think both teams head in quite evenly matched.
Shuri, I'll quickly get your thoughts as we also go into the hero bans here. But for team difference, obviously a bit of a kind of strange result from them in their last match, where of course they kind of started out a little bit slow and then they kind of built up a little bit. Does that give them some at least hope that maybe momentum could be on their side coming into this particular game as Jabali and Neon have been banned?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they get those kinks out early, and now they they showed every single round they were getting better and better. I mean, obviously the last round of that Payload didn't work out, but again, like you said, I think that was more Argon's and Dell just absolutely being a superstar, just kind of shutting things down. But the fact that you can stop them that much, like, that is something that okay, cool. If we can do that to this team, Argon's, you can do that to anybody. And so I think that's going to be, even though it's a loss, a confidence booster going into it. And Risk, man, that guy on Osis is insane. We need him to pop some heads. But one thing that I think is going to be the real difference maker is Zeta. So you have both Dope and Rinks who do tons of damage, and they're always going to have the most kills. But Zeta's going to be playing on Judex or Scotty, and he's the one who shuts down the Aletta. He's the one who webs the Victor, shuts them down, he gets the flankers. And so he's always going to have lower kills, but he's always going to be the most important player while doing that. Obviously, Federal staying alive forever, Vitals healing like a crazy person. Like, Zeta gets overlooked a lot because his kills are lower and he's not like on screen like living forever. But he's hunting down those important kills, and he needs to shut down that Aletta of Jox.
It's a good point, and sort of some of the names brought up there as well. When you take into account, you got Dope, you got Rinks, you got Zeta. There's a lot of firepower on the side of Beasters. That's something that obviously difference are going to have to be prepared for coming into this series, and more importantly as well, their control is going to have to be improved too, because obviously there was a big difference between Difference's control and their payload. So look, if they come out strong, if they can maybe steal Escort, then maybe there's a chance Difference could potentially take this series. But otherwise, I probably have Beast as the favoured team. Shuri, before we get into the game, just want to get your prediction here. Who gets third place? Who gets that something rather than nothing?
I'm definitely going with Beasters. I think Zeta's going to make the difference. He's going to shut down 0 FPS, and then that's going to allow his team to just do so much damage and just win.
Alrighty, we'll head into Alafenistania. It's our third place matchup, Beasters and Team Difference here as we head into Control to start with. And I probably share the same sentiment as Shuri, guys. I think Beasters come into this as the favourite team.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to look past them based on what we have seen so far. The roster they have available and the history as well. Not to count out the opposition though, but I think Beasters should have the edge, and we'll see how they go here on the first map of Control. And as always, Alafenistania to kick things off in this best of 3. An intriguing little matchup to jump into, and of course third place still will walk home with some of that prize pool. So a bit to fight for both of these teams, and an opportunity to prove themselves as the best of the rest.
Yeah, and I think that for Beasters, they'll feel confident too. I mean, they've had a little bit of a break. They've had some time to talk things over and maybe watch some things back in their match against Easy Gaming, which of course is no, easy team to take on. They were able to at least finish the payload 3 minutes and 25 seconds, which is really, really solid. Their control points weren't awful either. So I thought that they were honestly quite decent in actually going toe-to-toe with Easy. I thought Easy obviously was still the better team, but Beasters looked pretty good. And you kind of look at that lineup. Federal, we know how strong he is, really only beaten by Slime so far. Every other game, Federal has been far and away the better of the Vanguards that he's been playing against. So I'm probably expecting that again. It's going to be a tough ask. I was going to say for Fear, but I don't see Fear in the server. So I don't know. I would imagine Question Mark is most likely Jox, although Sands is also in now. So unfortunately, it does seem as if there's again some rather substitute changes for Team Difference.
For better or for worse, though, is the question, right? They could be even stronger than last time, or perhaps weak, and we'll have to wait and see as we jump into this one. It's close quarters to kick things off. Neoletta looking to do as much damage as humanly possible, and might be able to set up now for a flank. It's Rinks. Can he isolate one pick? Almost is able to do so. The heals, though, absolutely huge from Team Difference to kick things off, but it is Beasters to cap the point first.
Yeah, nicely done from Sands to get those heals out. Beasters will obviously get the point, as you said. It was Federal that found the opening kill straight away onto that Fade, someone that's going to be difficult to deal with. I think here on Control, obviously he didn't get that sort of target ban, so he's going to feel quite comfortable. Vital's on the Labula as well. He can get obviously a lot of that splash healing and damage in. There goes Question Mark. Vital's getting that kill, so there's the damage output of the Labula on display, and they've got good point control. And over towards the side hole now, Risk already getting shot in the back here by Dope, getting some really good pressure in. Rinks gets the kill onto what was a very vulnerable Risk. Good start, 32%, and so far all going the way of Beasters.
Yeah, the Ruby as well, providing some good value here for Beasters with those shields, establishing a strong front line. Rinks once more raining down damage, and we've seen how impactful he can be in these games. So it's up to Team Difference to try and break it down. Unfortunately for them, only the one kill in the hands of Sands thus far.
This was also an issue for Team Difference in that last match of the semi-final, where coming into Alafenistania, they just struggled on that first round. They got 0 kills. It was 100-0 in favor of Argons, and you know that you cannot make any mistakes against those kind of teams. Beasters aren't that far off that kind of level either. Dope playing off of the shields really well here against Risk, up to 65% now for that checkpoint. Ultimates available as well for the side of Beasters. They're going to have 3 up at the moment. Z, Rinks, Dope, all with ults. Dope just used theirs though, stunned out, so 75% coming their way. Rinks uses his ultimate as well, finds the kill. Same with Z. So ults used at the right time here for Beasters to get a bunch of kills onto Team Difference. They lost some players too. A couple of trades went the way, at least for Difference, but they are firmly on the wrong side of those trades.
Yeah, pretty dominant performance here from Beasters. Able to capture the point early, then locking it down. Close range, they've looked good in the left lane, and the right lane hasn't really been exploited all too much by Team Difference. 95%, and Difference will need to dive point.
Yeah, I have to get on it. I have to just contest into the backline. Rinks goes. Rinks actually gets caught. Just went too deep. Wasn't able to teleport back, but no one was on the point. 1-0. 100-0 once again. Deja vu for, unfortunately, Team Difference. This time they were at least able to get some kills, But like that semi-final matchup against the Argons, they do give up the first round without response.
Yeah, a bit of a deflating performance. We're expecting this third place match to be quite close. And perhaps those substitutes, 14 difference, not clicking the first time around. But the beauty of the control game mode is you do get 3 rounds potentially to play out here. So they can reset, nothing carries across. Fresh reset, they can put that at the backs of their minds, reset and try to kick off nicely here. We have seen, throughout this tournament that a team may lose the first point, 0 to 100, and then they're far more competitive in the second round. So we'll need to see that this time as well.
Yeah, difference were a little bit more competitive in that second round. I believe, if I recall, they got up to about 27% against the Argons, and they certainly were a lot more competitive. We'll have to see, though, if they can do that against Beasters. Beasters got to a really good start and really sort of flexing their muscles in that opening round. We saw some real good dominance, especially in that side hall possession. Federal, I don't even know if he died at all. Vital's really good on support, and Dope, Rinks, Z, all very, very aggressive. So taking the objective straight away, Beasters are trying to play for that control point, and they are not willing to give it up too easily. Zeta with the opening kill, get through the question mark, and Risk with a double. Sorry, that was Rinks against Risk, and that's a very good start again for Beasters. 2 starts in a row that have gone their way. Rinks putting in some more good work. He does almost follow up with another one, but it's actually Zeta that steals it, gets the kill onto Dumphy, and more of the same here in the second round.
Yeah, Rinks just laying down the law of the land and continuing to apply pressure, and we'll see if he can isolate more picks. Is stunned though. Can he be taken down? Can he be put on an island? No. Sands down, so the healing capabilities now of Team Difference compromised. We'll see Team Difference still look to try and find some ground, but unfortunately it's going to be too difficult. And Rinks at the moment on a riot, 99% on his way to his ultimate, so he'll have that as well. Can pop that to do even more damage, close range here if he so desires, but at the moment he doesn't need it because the sniper is just providing so much value. Here is that ultimate, 5 kills for Rinks.
It does eventually fall, finally, after a bit of a hotly contested battle over towards the side hall. Zeta gets involved, gets the kill onto Dumphy. He's 3-0 as well, making this work and just popping out at 50% now for Beasters. Not long to go to taking out this map. Risk with a drive-by onto Zeta, but traded by Dope pretty quickly thereafter. Federal just happy to play the point. 1-0 from him. Hasn't been really seen too much in this game because, honestly, they haven't really needed him too much.
Well, he's had most of his kills stolen by Rinks, unfortunately. He's been the star of the show,
Rinks.
And a nice double there from Rinks. Can he line up a third? Probably. And he does. The Osis onto the Osis, and that all but is the nail in the coffin for Team Difference.
Yeah, up to just about 80% now. Rinks, he will fall. He does get aggressive. Zeke will punish, gets the kill. Although once they get towards this point, that's when it's going to be even more difficult. They have to push through Federal on the fade. Zeke does get a kill onto Dope. That's another one to fall. Same with Zeta and Vitals, both falling at the same time. Zeke and Risk combining. Can they deal with Federal, though, on that fade? He gets taken very low. Eventually does get eliminated, and that will actually be the point that flips over to Team Difference.
Is it a case of too little too late, though? We'll have to wait and see. 4 minutes on the clock. Team Difference, they'll need to put in a monster effort to lock down this site. Fedge will have ult available in a moment, so too will Rinks, and we know that he's been able to output a lot of damage in this match, and that's not going to stop anytime soon.
Up to 98%, point needs to flip back over, and they're trying to do that right now. No response now, just about off of the point. Vitals on the Labula, eliminated by question mark. Zeta with the trade, gets rid of Zeke, so that's at least one back, makes it a 4 versus 4, back over the point. Zeta trying to get involved, Rinks low on the Osus, started so strong, but it's just slowed down a little bit. They actually trade Osus for Osus. Zeta with a double though, and that will be the point captured back over, and 100-31. Second round goes the way of Beasters. They take the first map of this third place matchup.
Yeah, what a performance there from Zeta, Rinks, both of them having some huge moments in that match, some great multi-kills, and just establishing, I guess, dominance around the map. It didn't really matter where the opposition tried to navigate what lane was, a bit more direct or indirect. I mean, it was completely irrelevant because wherever they went, they were met in the face of those fraggers, and it made life very, very challenging.
Yeah, it certainly did. So, unfortunately, for Team Difference, it ended up being pretty much deja vu. It was 100-0, and then they only got about 31 in the second round. So, pretty much similar to the exclusive Argons game for them in that semi-final. Shuri, we'll get your thoughts. It was a very dominant start from Beasters. and then Rinks in that second round, he just went nuclear.
Yeah, I mean, with the Rinks, it really is pick your poison. Do you want to die to a letter or Osus? It's your choice. It's just so hard to kill him on anything he plays. But one thing I'm really glad, especially at the end with that insane 4-piece, Zeta, it's his job to go get those hard kills, so he doesn't get those scores that run up. So it was nice to like finally have him on the screen showing exactly what he can do, because the guy plays his role. And so he's never going to have those flashy kills, but his whole team died, so he just had to kill the whole other team. So he finally got to show on stream what he can do.
Yeah, 100%. Zeta was very much alongside Rinks the whole way, and even the likes of Dope Federal really didn't have much to do, to be honest. Cause, I mean, he was basically sitting point, and for a lot of the game, no one was able to really even make their way to the point until it did get eventually flipped. But yeah, Rinks was absolutely the standout in this game.
I mean, we don't even have to say anything. The replays speak for themselves. He's just an incredibly mechanically gifted player and use that to full effect, aggressing and frontlining with Osus. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, and it alleviated a lot of pressure on the likes of Federal on that Vanguard role, who we have seen in the past step up and play massively well, but it's just one of those instances where he didn't need to, because the DPS, the heroes alongside him were never really needing a whole lot of support. So good work from them. And I mean, leading in now to Escort, it's difficult to make a case that Team Difference will be able to bounce back, but who knows? Beasters are obviously leaning heavily into those damage characters, and if they have any off round, we could see Difference capitalize.
We very well could. We'll see whether or not maybe that Osus does cop a ban, considering what two reasons. One, Rings. Two, what happened in the semi-final, of course, from Dell in not allowing them to get out of spawn. They don't go that way. It is the Aletta banned out. It is the Neon banned out. So the Osus will remain. Shuri, though, obviously, Gus was saying he thinks it'll be sort of more of the same. Hard to disagree, but the caveat is that Team Difference, yeah, Control didn't work out for them against Argons, but Escort was actually pretty good. Like, they were able to keep Argons from not being able to get that first checkpoint. If they can do that against Argons, they're certainly capable of being able to do that against Beasters.
Well, the problem is that Rinks is one of the best Alettas in the world. Like, no one ever wants to play him, but they banned Aletta, and the reason for that is because Jox was the reason that they were able to pull all of that off. He was on that Aletta. He would not die. Everyone was targeting him, and that gave Risk and Dumpy just free reign to go and get all those kills as well. And so now that they don't have that Aletta, they're going to have less distractions. It's going to be harder to get all the kills. And so I think that Aletta ban is really big and might actually make it to where they can't do what they did against Argons.
It's a very valid point, and it also means that the Osus does remain as well, guys, where, you know, we saw how impactful Dal was in denying Team Difference the ability to even just walk out of the spawn. So you imagine that's something that Rinks should be able to emulate as well. I will still say, yeah, not having that Aletta, sure, but I think that you could clearly see that the Escort mode was a bit better for Difference than Control. That's something that's going to have to be the case here. No ifs, ands, or buts. I
mean, I really like the way Shuri put it. It's a case of pick your poison, because we've seen how impactful both the Aletta and the Osus can be. Osus, particularly on the defense, has a couple of really key positions that are difficult to flush out. So we'll see how obviously they deal about that from an attacking standpoint, because it's relevant to both teams. We're going to see that Osus in play, no doubt, defensively. So it's going to be an intriguing little mode, and yeah, keen to see if we come back.
Obviously, with that Aletta ban, though, Shuri, it does seem like in your mind that the ability for Team Difference to, I guess, cause an upset or to sort of emulate what they kind of did against Argons is going to be lessened. So therefore, you're once again backing in Beasters.
Well, I would go with Beaster still, but the thing is, they do have a huge hero pool on Difference, so it doesn't mean that they can't do anything. It's just they will have to choose something else. So they can't do exactly the same, but they still do have some options. The one thing is, Rinks is so good at Osus. When he was running in their base like that, their healer was Sindri. It can't go through walls and was nowhere near him. So he was going in there knowing he never had a healer that could get to him.
Yeah, I mean, it really does got to highlight the aggressiveness, especially, I think you mentioned it too, the fact that you're on the Osus, you're in that
You're frontlining as the sniper.
You're just frontlining. A lot of other people will pick the Osus and sort of try and play the back line and go for some sniping. He's right in the thick of it, so it really does kind of highlight the confidence of Rinks and sort of what he's capable of, and if he's on, I'm probably Team Beasters.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a huge win condition. I mean, it opens the discussion, right? If he has a bad game, will they be at a detriment?
Yeah, very well. Okay, we'll let you go, Shuri, and we'll get into Brower's dock here for what will be the second map of this third place matchup final. Of course, it's a chance now for Beasters to confirm a little bit of money and to confirm to be the best of the rest and take down Team Difference.
Yeah, excited to jump
clear,
into
Rinks does not have bad
this one.
games.
Oh, Shuri's still on the line. We've still got Shuri, do we?
Oh,
Maybe we
sorry.
should be asking for a prediction.
Oh, sorry. I was saying Rinks doesn't have bad games.
Okay.
Rings does not have bad games. Thank you very much, Shuri. We'll get into this one as we have already joined ever so slightly late. Nothing too crazy has really happened, though, as we get into this one. It does seem as if on the defense we will be getting Beasters, and so we'll see if they can keep, obviously, Team Difference locked in spawn guards, almost somewhat similar to what we saw from Argons. And obviously the Osses is going to be impactful. Rinks doesn't have bad games at all. He doesn't here. A quick double to start. Zeta does lose their life. Actually, nice double from Dumphy to get rid of both Zeta and Rinks. That can relieve some pressure. Still got to deal with Dope, and obviously you got to also push through Federal and the Jabali and get that payload moving, which will give Rinks and Zeta some time to get back.
Yeah, good start from Rinks. Decent trade though. Vital's just able to stay alive there on the Labula to continue to provide that healing effect. I say that though, but he falls. So now we'll need to see a response here from Team Difference, but they're staggered. And this defensive effort may break down. Good response though from Zeta just to stall things out a little bit, and Beasters may struggle to capitalize. That said, another good pick from the Ossus.
Yeah, Rinks trying to play that same stairwell position to what we saw from Dal. The biggest thing, though, was that when Rinks and Zeta were coming back, they lost the other three players, so they couldn't really stop that payload themselves. You don't want to be that aggressive. Still on the side, though, Rinks getting aggressed upon. Obviously, you need to really put pressure on that position, and that's exactly something that Difference have learned from that semi-final matchup where Dal was free to do as he likes. Federal trying to just block some of this free damage from Dumphy, who started really well. Started 4-1, but Zeta then now makes it 4-2. Zeke now on the Jabali, so he's the one that's actually playing the Vanguard this time around, and it's actually question mark on the Labula. Minute 40. Payload has just ever so slightly stalled out, but they're doing a really good job of actually dealing with Rinks. He's 3-3. He got a couple of those kills early, but they're killing him back. Zeke will fall on the Jabali. Risk then gets another. Nice 2 kills going the way of Team Difference, but the payload's still not really moving in a hurried fashion.
Sands and Risk, they'll double down and find a couple of picks, and as you can see, those numbers dwindling for the defense. A couple of ults though will come up, so we'll see how Beasters can go about responding. Risk caught off guard. Unfortunate for him. You can see the ult economy for Beasters here defensively is strong, and there's only a minute left for the attack to make this checkpoint.
Dope trying to just get some free damage in as he sent 50 seconds to get this payload captured for the first checkpoint. Rinks again goes down 3-5, so they've actually shut down the Ossus pretty well here. Team Difference, that's been a bit of a highlighted concern for them after that last semi-final game with Dal. Federal in the backline just utilizing that ultimate, spinning to winning. 8 more meters to go. Now it's contested. Federal versus Zeke. Zeke should be able to get the damage in to finish well. No heals coming through. Vital's trying to just keep everyone alive, including himself though, but Federal does eventually fall. Rinks gets the kill onto Risk. 1.74 meters, but it's all Beasters on the payload. 20 seconds remaining, and they've just warded off Team Difference.
Yeah, good effort there from Zeki, but just unable to get the heals required as the rest of the team was staggered. Can Team Difference, with 10 seconds on the clock, get on this payload and make a final push work out in overtime?
First kill is going to be so important in terms of early contact here. It's going to be into overtime, and it is actually the Labula of all people to get the kill onto Rinks. Zeta though with a response. Same with Dope. 2 quick kills at least for Beasters to get rid of Dumphy and Sands. Both have been quite well in this game. Payload 2 meters away. 0.9 meters away. Dope with another kill. Vitals with a massive kill onto Zeke to deal with the Jabali. Overtime bar shrinking down. Can anyone get there in time? No! We do not get to the first checkpoint. 1 meter short of the mark. And all time has run out. 99.5 meters. That's how close they got. That is now the target for Beasters.
So we'll see how they go now on the attack. This is going to be an intriguing game. It wouldn't completely surprise me if both teams on attack do get stalled out before this first point. Equally though, we could see something crazy. Rings could pop off. We could see that flow into a dominant win here. We'll have to wait and see as the heroes will be locked in for this change of sides.
So 99.5 meters. Obviously, I will say Team Difference were able to at least deal with Rinks. He had way less of an influence than what we saw from Dell. And I don't think that's because, you know, Rinks is worse or anything. I just feel like Difference actually put more time into dealing with Rinks, dealing with that Ossus, especially after he got a double kill to basically start the game. He was able to then not be able to control that kind of stairwell position on the right-hand side. Also credit to Difference. They pushed out a lot more, started to take the fights to the payload, started to put more pressure on the Ossus. So they definitely learnt some lessons from that semi-final matchup against exclusive Argons. Beasters to attack though. Rinks with an early exit out of spawn. Can he get involved on the Skadi nice and early?
Risk as well, posted up, but Dope to snipe him out of the air. That's a good start for this attack and will alleviate quite a bit of pressure up on that high ground.
Sands gets one back after the first 2 kills went the way of Beasters. Question mark on the Labula, getting a little bit low. Vitals with a big kill from the Labula, and that payload moving nice and early for the side of Beasters. Rinks to fall to Risk. Risk's been very good actually in this matchup. He's been able to sort of hold his own, maybe even better Rinks in the game. Dope just trying to hold the corner here so that Risk hasn't got an angle. Zeke to fall to Federal. That's a big win again for Beasters in the Jabali versus Jabali sweepstakes. Risk still wanting to play the high ground. He's got some help next to him. Dumpy over towards the bridge. Haven't been able to clear him from this position. Just ran out of ammo. Almost getting that kill. Zeta stays alive. Rinks to fall though to Sands in the 1v1 on the Skadi. The payload though, more importantly, has moved up quite significantly. 72 meters and counting. And they have just not been able to stall the payload. They've got all of these kind of high ground positions, all these off-angle positions, but no one's playing the payload, and that's more important than anything. 2 minutes and 13 seconds to basically find 12 meters, and they are doing it. They're getting the next kill. Zeke falls, so does Question Mark, and surely not enough players to contest onto the payload. Sands just has to throw his body on there, and he cannot survive. That is rapid in the end from Beasters. 2-0. They are a 3rd place team here for the Super Season Finals, and they absolutely deserved it. 3rd place for them, and boy, they made it look easy.
Well, yeah, definitely on that attack. You could see those off angles from the defense, unfortunately, just continued to fall apart, and I mean, it completely floundered in the end. So good work there from the attack, and yeah, in the snap of a finger, it's basically over.
That was a very quick 3rd place matchup when you take everything into account. Shuri, Beast is far too good in the end. Obviously, their defense first, while it wasn't like anything super crazy, especially from what we saw in maybe the semi-final matches, it was just enough to mean that they couldn't get the checkpoint, and their attack was very clean. But more importantly, I mean, they also did that with Team Difference shutting down Rinks.
Yeah, I mean, Rinks is definitely one of the best players in the game, but one thing you could notice is, like, especially at the end, they had a Ruby and their Skadi on Rinks, trapped in the back corner, while they were almost capping it. Like, and so Rinks was taking 2 people, and he was just running around a pillar, not even shooting them. So, like, they were taking, like, 20 seconds with 2 guys, while the payload was moving the whole time. That movement and that ability to play that well, and knowing you have to stop him, because if you turn around and go back to the payload, he's going to kill you in the back. So you have to kill him. And just being able to live that long and dragging 2 people off of the cart, that was huge. Even though it didn't come up with a kill.
Yeah, very good start, obviously, from Rinks. He got that double kill, and you probably felt at that point he was going to be on for something. From that point onwards, though, he actually went 1-5 after that until the end, where he was able to get a little bit more involved. I thought Risk was actually doing a very good job. And Team Difference overall, again, kind of look at that first half. Yeah, they got stalled out. They couldn't get the first checkpoint. But then to start the second half of this on their own defense, it was a little concerning because, like, yeah, they were getting kills, but they just were never stopping the payload. No one was contesting Federal. He was just sitting on the payload the whole way. So, yes, they were getting kills and they were kind of shutting down certain players, but they weren't focusing on the main objective.
I mean, that's the difficult balance on a game mode like Escort, is you're trying to balance, you know, finding kills, finding ground, but also then having to contest the objective itself. And if you prioritize one too much more over the other, unfortunately, you'll have a result like that.
So congratulations to Beasters, 3rd place for them. Team Difference falling short in fourth as we go and have a look at the bracket to confirm it. Obviously, third place, pretty decent, all things considered. And that does now mean we can move forward with our grand final to come. Easy Gaming versus Exclusive Argons. Again, it's an all-exclusive grand final as it usually is. That will be a best of 5, guys. It's hard to sort of predict who's going to be able to win that one, especially when you now look at that third place. You can always kind of take a little bit from that. Beast are too good for Difference. Difference were kind of okay against Argons, but Easy stomped Beasters. So does that maybe give Easy a little bit of a leg up over Argons?
Yeah, I think Easy, probably with the pedigree they have and the experience at this kind of level and in grand finals, probably do go in as the favourites. But again, best of 5, anything can happen. Some different modes thrown in maps as well. So it should be close and competitive, but Easy, I think, are in the best position to take it out.
Yeah, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, all focus on that best of 5 grand final. We'll be there very shortly.
One more step, one more breath, one last chance. Don't give up now. One more step, one more breath, one last chance. Don't give up now. Heroes, blood on your knuckles. Heroes, the world on your shoulders. Heroes, giving everything you've got, fighting till victory's won. Heroes, now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns?
I'm moving through the heat. This room is hazy. Keep running to the lights inside my head. I find myself a drink, and now it seems I'm 6 or 7 deep. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning. I don't care right now. I'm gonna keep this party going. So light me up. So light me up. So light me up. A face I've never seen, her body close to me, and suddenly there's nothing in between. Keep moving to the beat, that's called I like it neat. It's 3:30. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning. I don't care right now. I'm gonna keep this party going. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning. I don't care right now.
how we do. 3, 4, turn it up more. 5, 6, can you do it like this? 7, 8, and don't be late now. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on.
Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Work that. Work that. Like a 9 to 5. Show me work, work.
Feel so good, I've been working it out. Now let the haters try talk, I've been drowning them out. Go ahead, get the work in, wide out. Hit me with the low fee.
So it's grand final time here for the T3 Arena League. It is the Super Season 2 final, and it's the two best teams. It's easy. It's Argons. This is all exclusive grand final, and it's a best of 5 to see who finishes off the year as the reigning champion here for T3, guys. And it's a difficult one to predict. I think obviously Easy is one that you could probably look at and say, okay, maybe they're slightly favorites, but anything can happen in the grand final. Very quickly, of course, we've got our giveaway code down the bottom popping up right now. There it is. Make sure you put that one in and get your goodies, and yeah, they can see it. You don't have to do
I was just making sure.
Do you want to, hang on, pat it. Yeah, there we go. Good code. Yeah, anyway, get your code, put that in, get your goodies, have some fun with it as we head into the grand final. We'll get Shuri back in. Shuri, grand final time, always exciting, of course. Easy versus Argons. I don't think we could have asked for probably two better teams to share their spot here in the grand final. Best of 5. Control into Escort, into Control into Escort, and then, if needed in the 5th one, will be Attack Escort. How do you view this matchup coming into this best of 5?
It's really, can Argons prove they're on that level of easy? They are some of the best players in the world. In ranked, it can go either way if you have these guys on the other team. So, like, they are good enough, but when it comes down to the teamwork aspect, I think that maybe Argons has it down just a little bit better because they've been together longer and practiced more. But I'd really like to see how it actually comes out because it's going to be close.
It certainly will be close, or at least we hope it will be close, although all the games today have been 2-0, so it could be a 3-0 on the cards. Let's go to the bracket again to sort of one last time visualize how we got here for Easy Gaming. They took down WKE in that first quarterfinal best of 3, then they got through Beasters, and now of course into the grand final. And for ex-Argons, they got rid of Dank Me Later, then Team Difference, and of course have made their way into the grand final. Beasters did end up beating Team Difference, so they're our 3rd place team, guys, and I think rightfully so. I think you kind of now sort of look at everything holistically. Beasters in 3rd sounds about right. Easy and Argon 1-2 probably as well.
Yeah, and what the graphic here does not display is that every single game has been definitive. The losing team has not been able to capture a map in any of these best of 3s so far. So hopefully the grand final, the best of 5, will see, you know, something more competitive than a 3-0. And again, both of these teams, huge names in the T3 arena scene. So if there's any two that are going to be able to achieve that and have a close encounter, it's these ones.
Yeah, is that a thing for you, Shura, as well, that maybe there's a world in which Easy come into this as the slight favourites, but surely it shouldn't be a 3-0. Surely there's a world in which Argons are capable of getting a map or 2 or 3.
Yeah, no, I agree with you so much, but the big thing is, it's all if they can stop Super Bean. That's the whole thing, because one of the healers are going to get stopped, but you have to stop Super Bean, and I haven't seen anyone do it. In last Arena League, no one did it, and they didn't lose a single map. I don't even know if anyone got a single point on Control.
Yeah, that's true. We'll go to Easy Gaming first and have a look at their lineup. And coming into this grand final, as you said, Super Bean, someone to keep an eye on. For me, I think coming into this particular game, Easy Gaming are probably the favorites, even more so when you take into account Ozalik as well and what he was able to do in that semi-final. He was absolutely impressive. Slime too. We know how good IJF is. Rafa too as well. So, I mean, it just gets better and better. And obviously, I think they come into this as the favorite team.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to look past this 5 stack, so much history, and each individual player just knows their role to perfection, and all of them have deep hero pools. So very, very, very challenging opponent. But there's going to be at least one super season where they aren't the #1 team. It's going to eventually happen, and the question is it this one?
Yep, let's go to their opponents. It's exclusive Argons, and they are the challengers here, and certainly more than capable. A roster that is absolutely stacked, and obviously, sure, you're talking about Super Bean and being able to shut him down. We know Crazy, though, is probably just behind him in terms of influence.
Oh, definitely. You're going to have Rafa and Thomas most likely on those victors, and they're going to be the people that are going to charge in and hopefully be able to take out that other healer. And both of them are very good at both Neon and Lobulus, so you can't really target ban their preferred healer. They're good at both, like, pretty much at the same level. So it's really hard to deal with these healers. You have to do it in game. You can't do it with bans.
Let's go to the bans, though, now and see for at least the first particular map where we go in this regard. So it is going to be the Aletta, it is going to be the Skadi, so a lot of sort of firepower taken off the board.
Yeah, a lot of that close range damage dealing now has been banned out. Means that the Vanguards, though, have been untouched, even the healers as well. So it's going to be intriguing, but not too unsurprising, because we have seen how influential both of those two heroes can be, and just the sheer damage output that they're capable of.
Skadi and Aletta banned Shuri. How does those bans sort of warp your mind for this grand final?
It's exactly what I would have banned. Rafa is almost like a hacker when he plays Aletta. It's so awful when he's not on your team. When he's on your team, it's great. But when he's on the other team, it's horrible. And so I get why they banned Aletta. And the reason they banned Skadi is because now Super Bean can't be webbed.
Right, so obviously some sort of target bans for this particular first map. Of course, we'll be going to Control first, and that's where it all kind of kicks off. Do you kind of look at the modes, Shuri, and see maybe a difference maker between these two teams? Is this going to be a case of, you know, maybe Argons, if they're going to find success in this grand final, has to be on Control or Payload? Is there, or if for you, do the modes maybe not have that much influence?
The modes don't have as much influence as I think it does having Dell be on. When he's on fire today, he just doesn't miss, and that really shut down difference. And when he's not on fire, it goes the other way. So I think Dell's really going to be like that X factor. If he's on, I think they can win this.
Well, I'll get your prediction for the grand final now, Shuri, and score prediction as well. How do you sort of view this grand final playing out?
I think it's going to go 3-1 in the favor of Easy, because I didn't pick them in the first Arena League, and I swore I would never not pick them again.
3-1. I mean, that's not a bad prediction, though, guys. I think probably around that ballpark, and I think Easy's maybe more capable of a 3-0, but you kind of give Argon 1 or 2.
Yeah, I think Argon deserves respect. They've shown throughout the bracket that they are a formidable opponent, but formidable as they may be, they know that their opponents are also exclusive and very, very difficult to take down. So it's going to be a good grand final. Should be some high quality T3, and I'm also pitching a 3-1 victory.
Yes, very excited for this. All right, Shuri, we'll come back to you, of course, after this particular map to kickstart the grand final. It's Easy Gaming, exclusive Argons, the two best teams to do battle for the final match of the calendar year here for the T3 Super League. It's the grand final. The best of 5 starts now. Elephant Estania is where we begin. This is where we go. No Skadi, no Aletta, although I do see an Aletta.
And a Skadi.
And a Skadi.
So perhaps there has been an error on our end, or the players' end. Don't entirely know, but we'll get confirmation on that eventually as to what was banned down and what's been picked. So we'll wait and see, but shaping up to be an exciting little grand final. Double Vanguard lineup here from Thomas and Polis respectively. So we're going to see the Ruby Fade combination in play. And evidently we have seen both the Skadi and the Aletta dropped off. So I assume that those bans have stood.
So 10 seconds until the objective unlocks. It's grand final time. We're underway. Both teams are going at it here towards the side right lane at the moment to start. Thomas is already on towards the point. Hasn't quite unlocked just yet. Now it will. God gets the opener kill onto IJF. So a good start at the very least, as IJF has been a very, very talented player so far throughout today. day and really this tournament. Rafa actually on the Johnny Jet. We haven't really seen that hero so far this tournament. And Super Bean has been taken down early by Polos. That was the player, of course, that Shuri's been saying you've got to stop Super Bean. Well, that's one way to do it, and a good start for Argons.
Yeah, good first push there from Argons, and we'll see how it goes. Easy Gaming will need to respond, of course. No kills for them so far in that first push. 15%. The timer will continue to count up.
Polos taking some chip damage, 20% now. IJF does get a kill onto Dull. So a couple of ultimates at Live East available through Slime. IJF does eventually get shut out by God, who finds a double, deals with Rafa. Nice response again. Argons have got themselves into a really good position. God does eventually fall. He's 3-1. Really good start for him, 33%. And the point in a really good position now. Slime forced out towards the side hall as well. So this is not looking like the easy gaming that we are typically used to seeing, at least to start here on Control. Zalik to at least open up the point with that kill onto Polos. Deals with the Vanguard. IJF though with a response at least onto Dell. And finally the point goes the way of Easy Gaming.
Yeah, IJF there with the Wildling, able to find quite a lot of damage. It's a 3 elimination streak for them, so some good work for 2 so far. Easy Gaming now able to set up these shields with the Ruby, establish a little bit of dominance. They've pocketed a couple of ults. Ursus will have his available soon as well for this next push. So we'll have to see Argons collaborate here and try to fight their way back onto the objective.
Up to 25% now for Easy Gaming, and it felt like a really difficult start for them, but IJF has at least sort of been able to unlock things with 4 kills. Rafa gets the kill onto God, who has been playing like a god so far to start this game. Bean again falls, 0-2 to Super Bean, so they haven't quite been able to have the same level of impact that we are typically used to seeing from the side of Easy Gaming. Zalik is getting towards half health after the Slime. Zalik is just barely able to stay alive, but is about to fall. Super Bean coming back to get some heals. Still up to 50% and counting for Easy Gaming as the point is still in their control. Dell gets taken out, and God had already been eliminated. Actually, has just switched over to the Jabali. IJF with a good double kill. Crazy to fall to Rafa. It is still, though, Easy Gaming that have got control of the point.
And that timer will continue to tick down whilst the score increases for Easy Gaming. Slime as well with an ult available, and we know how powerful that can be distributed onto the point in the late round. IJF as well able to cook his up, and we know as well that's going to be a huge amount of damage too if it connects, and it does. It's a double for IJF, who can now rotate around and look for even more. Thomas taken low, but able to survive at least for a little while longer, but that's the Ruby in the grave. IJF on an absolute heater at the moment.
God on the Jabali, about half health. They're running a triple Vanguard setup with the Fade, the Ruby, the Jabali, so not a whole lot of damage for Argons, 91%. I think they just want to try and get some point control. God, Rafa both go down, so some trades 1-for-1, although Super Bean was eliminated just prior to that. Slime to fall. Big kills from Azalek. Talk about timing there from IJF as well. It's overtime, but there's not a lot of bodies available for Argons to throw onto the point. They've only got a handful. IJF up to 11-2. Incredibly dominant since the start of this game. He has not looked back. Polos low, Thomas low, God both eliminated. Super Bean able to keep everyone alive. Slime gets the kill onto God, and with that, it's the round that goes to Easy Gaming. And it wasn't too easy to begin. 44% start for Argons, but evidently not able to get back control once they lost it.
And IJF must have turned his phone on because he was clearly awake towards the tail end of that matchup. A huge streak from him. Staggered the retake there really well by IJF. So some fantastic work from him. Obviously a fantastic round as well. A good comeback there from the favoured team in this matchup. That Wildling just provided so much value. And we'll now have to see if Argons can respond themselves.
Yeah, I think a really, really good start, obviously, for Argons, but the inability to be able to then bring the point back into their control was pretty clear. Whereas at least for Exclusive, yes, they didn't get the start that they probably wanted. So for Easy Gaming, didn't get the start that they wanted, but they had the capability to finding a couple of picks, shutting down some of those Vanguards, and from there being able to flip the point back. Problem for Argons then, they kind of went defensive. They ran a triple Vanguard setup. So where are you going to get that firepower to unlock the point? You're just not going to have it. If you're in control of the point, that's fine, because you've got 3 tanks, you're sitting on the point, hard to kind of push you off it. But then when you lose it, your ability to get it back is going to be diminished ever so greatly. Into the second round we go here. Of course, Paulus already very low. He's in the thick of the action. No surprise to see that. In terms of the start here for exclusive, Argon, Rafa with a kill onto Thomas after he just found one. So 2 down already for Argon. Good start again for Easy Gaming. They should have the numbers to be able to get the point to start with.
Yeah, so good little engagement to kick things off, and we'll see how much damage is able to be employed by both teams as all eyes continue here on IJF, and whether or not this streak will continue. Dal taken low, caught off guard. IJF playing the corner well, can now rotate as God is taken down on the Jabali, so it very much looks like this streak will continue.
Yeah, at 10% and counting, and will be very difficult. And this is where now for Argons that they have failed so far. They haven't really been able to retake the points, to have the capabilities of getting a couple of big picks, to then have the numbers to overwhelm this point. They're taking a lot of these fights off to the side hole as well, and it hasn't quite been working out for them. Slime with another kill on to Polus. He's in the grave. He's back over to the spawn. They do get kind of the point to about halfway. Super Bean does also get sniped out by Dell. Super Bean has been really important in this game, but also has been a bit more vulnerable. There's been clearly more of a focus from Argons to deal with Superbean, to get these kills onto the main healer. IJ able to get the kill onto Thomas, and then Ozalik. I mean, this is what they are just capable of. Easy Gaming can get 3-4 kills just like that. 4 people are dead, and it's up to 50% and counting.
Yeah, no opportunity for the trade, which makes it so challenging here. Polos does have ult available for the next push, so he'll be looking to get some value from that, create space likely on the point itself, but getting towards that objective will be tough. Thomas ult up now available as well, but Polos falls before he's able to get his out. Rafa with a really nice snipe, continuing his little streak here, 3 kills in round. Shield now established to the left lane on lockdown, and it does unfortunately look like this is going to be a very challenging retake. Ruby in the front line, that's Ozalik. Obviously looking to build up his ult once more. Thomas put on an island, looking desperately to find a kill, but can't find that. IJ, good pick. Doesn't even need to worry about being traded because he himself is able to stay alive. And you can see that this retake attempt, even despite the flank route on the left lane, it's just impossible to get site control.
Oh God, just able to slip away, almost dying at the hands of Azalik, up to 90%. You can run away, but you got to come back to the point at some point. Polos low, they do deal with Azalik. God, by surviving, able to get a big snipe from the left-hand side of the lane, and the point has flipped over to Argon, so finally, it's taking them some time, basically about 196%, but they've been able to actually get the point themselves after exclusive Easy have had the point. So not a bad effort there from Argon. God, though, loses his life. Crazy's low on the Labula. IJ's just been so massive in this game. Remember, he had 11 in the first round. He's got 6 in this second round. Big stun onto Thomas, just trying to throw his body onto the point to keep it in control for them. Eventually gets the kill onto Slime. So again, so far, Argon's able to keep control. Point though stolen back. Rafa then pushes up, plays the front line. 99%. If no one's on that point, it'll just tick to 100, and that's it. That's the round. And that's a 1-0 start for Easy in this grand final.
Yeah, just looking too good. A dominant 2-0 there really in the end, and some unfortunate circumstances there from the losers in terms of just the ults not being able to be popped particularly efficiently, and just, you know, players like Thomas, for instance, a couple of times there we could see he was just being placed on an island there, and made life really challenging. But regardless, good effort, and yeah, 2-0 dub.
2-0, although Argons were not that awful, Shuri. They had some good moments. Even that first round started well. They basically got the first 40 or so percent. The problem was after they had lost that point, they couldn't really ever get it back. That's where they struggled the most.
Yeah, all the pros basically coming into this just told me one thing. IJ on Walling's unkillable. And so I think what ended up happening was the same thing that happened to Rinks when he went off. They all targeted IJ in that second round, and so he did less good, but then everyone else started like showing up, and the same thing happened for Rinks.
Obviously in that first round, I felt like a lot of the focus was on Superbean, who, you know, as you said, Shuri, you kind of wanted to deal with, and they somewhat did. I mean, Superbean at the start really kind of did struggle to keep people alive, to stay alive themselves. Clearly, there was a bit of a focus on him, but I mean, as you said, then you kind of turn your focus elsewhere, and suddenly then Superbean's able to stay alive longer, have more of an impact, and so it's kind of a pick your poison.
Yeah, but this is this is a really rough poison, man. Like, do you go for the guy who's gonna keep everyone alive in Super Bean, or do you go for the guy who like was going 11-2, just standing in your spawn by himself, winning every fight? Like, that's hard.
Certainly is hard. And I think also when you take into account the format for this go, so Control won pretty comfortably 2-0. If we have to go back to Control and it's a 2-0 for easy, there's a world in which they could 3-0 this. So I look at this next map as being must-win territory for Argons.
Yeah, I mean, it could, in the context of this best of 5, to carry it across to potentially a second escort. It could be, pretty much must-win here for Argons, which is entirely possible. I don't think they played particularly badly on that first, round. There's just a couple of misfortunate plays and some great plays from Easy Gaming to put him in those uncomfortable box positions.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I wonder if we see a Walang ban come out here for Escort. Let's go and have a look at the hero bans for this next map coming up in the grand final. And we do not see it. It is going to be the Aletta. It is going to be the Christina that has been banned out. And obviously taking no chances with that Aletta and leaving that in, Shuri. Are you surprised that we've got these particular bans coming out for this map of Escort?
Maybe a little surprised on the Christina, definitely not on the Aletta, though.
Yeah, certainly. I think the Aletta has become a big staple, hasn't it? You could pretty much ban it out probably against anyone at any time. The Christina, though, certainly does maybe raise some eyebrows. Probably could have had a little bit more of a target ban, I guess, potentially, but it doesn't come through. In the end, it's a bit more of a sort of a I don't know. How do you even rate that Christina pick, Gus?
Well, I mean, we did see it played out a little bit there on that first control point. I would argue that the ultimate's probably more effective on control compared to an escort, but it still does provide value in the sense that you can dump it on that point and can come in quite clutch, as it can prevent especially the attack from jumping on and pushing on forward.
I'll get a bit of an OG map here. The old Giga Cave mine. Shuri, I'll get your predictions here coming into Payload. Do you sense a bounce back game for Argons, or do you think Easy are just going to be too good?
Argons is going to have to win this, and luckily for them, there are 3 payloads. The control, it's going to be hard, but they can win payload. They have the talent to do it, and watch for God to play on either Ya or Mark and do a lot of flanking. Those flanks are going to be what's key if they're going to win.
Very good point, Shuri, and I think that we pretty much made the same one, guys, earlier, that if they lose this on Payload, I think going over to Control, Easy looks very dominant. All right, Shuri, we'll let you go and we'll get your thoughts at the conclusion of this particular map. It's the second map of the grand final for Easy Gaming and exclusive Argon. It does already feel like must-win territory for Argon. These rounds, these games, they go so quick, right? So you take into account this Payload. This could be a case where if they can have a really good performance and then go back onto Control, win that to 3-0 just before you know it in the next 15 to 20 minutes, that is then the grand final done. So for Argons, it really does feel like must win. You've got to win your payloads. If you do win your payloads, then you at least get that attack escort at the end, which should then go in your favor.
Well then, let's jump into things, and we know how difficult this initial push can sometimes be for the attacks to narrow choke points to fight their way through. So the Fade to charge for the Ruby to provide some shield cover as well. Osis will be, critical here for Argons in the back line. Dell will be looking to hold down the line and, open up these lines of sights and, protect these pockets, these wings that lead in towards that payload position. He's unable to really find much, though, on the first initial pick. Rafa, though, is taken low, though, for exclusive, and we'll see whether or not that can convert into a pick. The answer, no, not quite yet. Thomas Polos do fall.
Yeah, it's actually Argons that lose the first 3 players here, so not ideal for the defense. That's going to allow that payload to push out. And as is the case on kind of Brower's it's the same for Giga Cave Mine, but even more so, getting that first point so important and can be so difficult. In Giga Cave Mine, you've got a lot of these high ground areas as well, a lot of these little back alleys that you kind of push through, so getting those kills early on, hindering the defense early on, so important here, because this is the kind of map you can really stall out. I could already envision seeing, say, an Easy being able to stall out defensively. Stun was good, doesn't find the kill. Dal actually does that onto Rafa, eventually takes out the Gloria. Slime half health on the Osses, and it's obviously IJ trying to be influential again in this match. Nice stun again from Polos. This time it does convert into a kill. Dal helping out with that one. Rafa, though, gets one back onto Crazy, so takes out the support. And with that, Polos down to half health. He's able to heal back up. Payload has stalled out momentarily, but good shots coming out from Argons, especially from Dal, who's able to get some good shots. Traded though immediately again by Rafa, who's 3-1. So Rafa's been able to kind of just keep Easy Gaming in a good position on the attack where they're getting these trades, they're keeping this payload moving up to 15 meters away now.
Yeah, Slime as well with a nice ult there onto God. So some good work continuing on here with this attack.
Yeah, they'll get this.
Easy as well. IJ ult available. He's been able to save that up and can use that for the next push for a big chunk of damage.
Yep, so straight through the first checkpoint, which again, not easy to do on Giga Cave Mine. So that's a big moment there. And IJ with a double, ultimate utilized, and he does get rid of Thomas and God. God is 0-4, Thomas 0-3, and Polos 0-3. They are all struggling. In fact, the only one that has a kill, he's got 4 of them, is Dal on the Ossus defensively for Argons. He's the only reason why this payload has stalled at various times. Rafa, aggressive, up to 5 kills now. Dal's also got 5, and he's got all 5 for Argons. They need someone else to help him out.
Yeah, this defense struggling at the moment. They're leaning into the high ground, but Rafa on the Gloria just continues to rain down damage, chipping away at those shields, forcing the defense to vacate that high ground position as they desperately look to contest and stall out this payload. At 3 minutes 30 remaining, they made good progress here, Easy.
Jumping off the high ground to stall out the point, and finally someone else gets a kill outside of Dal. That's Bolus on the fade. He gets a second one very quickly onto a Zalik, so a decent player to get rid of who's obviously playing that Ruby. And look, they've gotten a very good distance here, 140 meters. Still 3 more minutes to get some more, but finally Argons have stalled it out. Can they from here gain some momentum and keep it in this position for at least the next minute or so and put some pressure back onto Easy?
So Azalek now will contest that high ground, will fall off immediately once space is gained to continue to push the cart forward. Ultimates are plenty here for the attack. Probably looking at Rafa with that bomb to be able to land it on the point, but he'll hold it for now. Slime as well on the Osis, looking to deal damage with his, and this is once again good progress for the attack.
Yeah, Thomas just gets sniped out. Dal was able to avoid one of the shots from IJ. Dal's been so massive, 6-3 though. He just dies to Rafa, as I mentioned, and that payload gets closer towards the final checkpoint, 14 meters away and counting, and that shield from Azalik is being a pain to deal with as well. Thomas just tries to throw his body quite literally on that payload, but it does not stop it for very long. God now does the same as well. Coming out Dal, Polos, they're all just running towards the payload. Azalik doing a good job, but Rafa lost his life, so some of the damage potential of the attack has just been diminished ever so slightly, down to 3 meters here. That's how close they've been able to get this payload. Time, of course, can be a factor in this game mode. IJ getting pressured. Slime gets the kill onto God. IJ was able to get away in with his life intact, but he has been forced back. Does get the snipe onto Dal though. Now they can go back to trying to push this payload.
And that's the big fragging power of the defense dealt with. So I suspect that Easy should be able to roll this momentum forward, especially if they're able to find at least one more pick. That should all but confirm the round. Slime on Ossus looking for more. IJ is just doing such good work at the moment. Yet another kill, and that will confirm the round.
That's the payload all the way to the end here for the Giga Cave Mine. All 186 meters has been confirmed in 4.5 minutes. Now, at first glance, that might seem like a somewhat slowed or stalled out push, but on this map, you can really contest that payload. You got good high ground basically in the first half and obviously in the second half as well. And Easy Gaming, I think, are going to make life very difficult here on the Giga Cave Mine against Argon.
I mean, all you need to do is compare kills, I think, in that first round. It's pretty evident who the team on top was. On that particular occasion, of course, Easy doing some really, really good work. A much bigger spread from them, whereas unfortunately for Argons, they were very much relying on individual prowess. Dal, especially on that, also really kept his team head above water for the majority of that round. If it wasn't for him, that probably would have been over a whole lot sooner. So obviously intrigued to see how this one plays out. Don't want to draw too many conclusions just yet, but we are probably set for an easy victory here unless we see something incredible on the attack.
Yeah, they're going to have to pull out something crazy here. Easy Gaming in a good position now to stall things out. Slime on the Ossus has also looked very good and kind of shows the ability for everyone on Easy Gaming to play multiple different roles. Slime has played DPS, played Vanguard. Azalik as well, same thing, now playing that sort of Vanguard role. Polos already taken so low. It is Slime, indeed, it gets the opening 2 kills. Talk about impact early on that Ossus from Slime. To get the double kill early, any stall out is going to be so massive. Again, even just this first half is going to be so difficult for Argons. And while it wouldn't necessarily be the grand final, if you lose this, you need a reverse sweep if you're going to win it. So they will go down 2-0 if they cannot get off to a good start here. And so far, the start is all one-sided in favor of Easy.
And again, it's all about rolling this momentum forward. 2 kills for Rafa, 3 for Slime, and just no response as of yet from X-Argons. They need to find something, but it's so difficult at the moment for them to line up these choke points. IJ, good for another. Slime, probably going to find one more there onto Dal, but fortunately for Dal, he does not peak that particular position. God off the board, and unfortunately here for Argons, they are really struggling.
Yeah, they haven't got a single kill. There's one now from Dal onto Slime. Can that open things up? Can that maybe give them an avenue forward for this payload to get out of the first part of the Giga Cave mine? This is the hardest part probably to get out of, as you got so many high ground positions. Dal, 1 kill, needs more. They need to deal with IJ. So far, this payload just has not moved in a timely fashion, and IJ gets another kill onto God, followed up onto Thomas, and there goes the Jabali, who has the ult in pocket, unable to utilize it. God switches over as well. They're trying to change things up, but nothing's working for Argons. Dull to fall to Slime, and I think they're starting to realize the task at hand against this Easy team.
Yeah, I mean, IJ really shaping up for one of the best performances perhaps we've ever seen in the grand final. He just cannot be dealt with. He's dealing so much damage, continues to isolate picks, and as the time continues to draw down, the chances for Argons to bring themselves back in this match only continue to diminish. Dell again will fall, the only player to find a kill so far.
Yeah, he's been doing as much as he possibly can, but unfortunately just too much pressure from the side of Easy. A minute and 12 remaining potentially for their livelihood in this particular map already, with what, 2.5 minutes transpired. They need to go 2 minutes to get to the end. That is very unlikely to happen. It is very much going to be a 2-0 start for Easy in this grand final. It would take a monster effort for Argons to win 3 in a row against this Easy roster. We go to control after this with 45 seconds remaining. Even if they were to manage to capture it now, it's still too late. I mean, this is over.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a perfect push from here is not going to be enough, which is unfortunate for Argons, but rightly deserved by Easy here for the second map. They've done a fantastic job in locking down these positions.
They are locked in.
And just nobody is dying. They are playing absolutely perfect at the moment. It's pretty much just flow state T3 from them. They're not making any mistakes and not putting a foot wrong.
Yeah, the biggest thing that you just said, not making any mistakes. Dal is the only one that has kills. He's got 2 out of 5 now. He's had 5 deaths. God gets a kill. Finally, someone else gets 1, but with 5 seconds remaining, yeah, the damage is done. This is over. It's a 2-0 start. Unfortunately, all the goodwill of maybe thinking Payload could be the place for Argons, clearly not to be. Clearly, there is a gulf in difference between these two teams, guys, and Easy are making this grand final look easy. They are off to a perfect start, 2-0. They won 2-0 on control. They haven't lost a round. They have in this grand final. They have not lost a round. Like this is how dominant. We go to control again after this. I'm assuming it'll be Emmental. And I just can't imagine a world in which how do Argons come back from this?
I don't know. It's been that dominant of a performance here from Easy, and continuing to prove why they are the best of the best, and they will likely be the crown the champions in the not so distant future, as this round will just continue to play through. It's a valiant effort here from Argons to continue the fight, but unfortunately it comes to a swift end.
Yeah, and swift end indeed. Unfortunately, 70 meters versus 186 meters. They got all the way, and a very good performance from basically both sides of the coin as well. For the side of Easy, they had a very good attack, and then they had a very, very good defense. I mean, at one point there's about 30 seconds left, and I still feel like Dal was the only one that had a kill. God got 1 towards the end, and that was really about it. And Shure, that was a very, very dominant display from Easy. We felt maybe Payload could be something for Argons. Clearly not to be the case, because that was even more one-sided than the control map.
For sure, and I said that Dell had to be on, and then like that would be able to help him win, but the problem is that no one else had a kill, like on attack or defense.
Yeah, Dal certainly can't just try and do it all by himself, and it kind of felt that way, guys, that it was a bit of a lone man effort. He was certainly getting some picks here and there, but no one was able to follow up. No one else was able to be forward. And to the credit of Easy, they're the main reason why they were just so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, the job of the Osis, although we have seen it a couple times throughout this series, you know, be able to gain multi-kills and gain some traction. Right? That's typically not the job of the Osis. It's to isolate runs and, you know, find a key pick here or there in the backline. And, you know, Del, to his credit, on a couple of occasions did do that. But then we need to see the rest of the team come to life and then really exploit the front line. We just didn't see that. Obviously, the heal game there from Easy and the amount of damage output they had was just insane. So full credit to them. And despite Del's best efforts, not enough.
Shuri, how do Argons win 3 maps in a row?
That one, it all comes down to Super Bean. I know I keep saying it's like a broken record, but the thing is that you are playing against Team Argons, who just absolutely ran through the bracket, and they are all so good, and they aren't able to kill anything because everyone, one, has good positioning, but mostly it's because they're getting healed if they ever get low.
And obviously now moving forward though, it's not as if Easy dropped many maps often. Surely you can't envision they're now going to drop 3 in quick succession.
Well, of course I can envision it. I've been sleeping and having dreams my whole life.
He's a creative man.
Dreams are one thing, reality is another. And right now, though, guys, the reality says that this is a grand final that does look like a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I hope that they keep the fight up and continue to give it their best effort. I think Argons could still obviously claim a map, maybe even 2 as a bit of a stretch. But yeah, 3 straight from what we've seen so far. That's going to be easily the greatest comeback we've ever seen in T3 by a long stretch. So it's difficult to pitch that storyline, but for Easy, they're going to be thrilled if they can get this one over the line in a 3-0.
Yeah, I think that obviously you got to just kind of keep it now 1 map at a time from here on out. You win the control, from there you get at least another chance on escort, and we know, I think on attack escort, probably anything can happen on that 5th map if you manage to get there as well. You've then got that momentum. So I guess if Argons can take it 1 map at a time, hope things work their way, but there's so much work to be done, and obviously we saw that first control, and Easy were just obviously far too good. They were able to control the point way too comfortably. Argons just couldn't really play the mode that well. They couldn't win the fights, and obviously on escort it didn't really get any better. So look, going into what will be our 3rd map of this series, Shuri, you've got to say Easy Gaming are absolutely in the driver's seat.
Oh, they're definitely the driver's seat, and well, like I said, these are some of the best players in the world, so anything really can happen. And in ranked, like I said, these guys go head to head. They can take games off each other, so it's not like it is as one-sided as it definitely looks. It's just the teamwork from these tanks, these damage, and Super Bean. You have to stop that guy.
Yep, you certainly do. Let's go to the hero bans for our 3rd map of this series for our 2nd go at control. The Aletta banned out once again, and this time though Easy Gaming will get rid of the Fade, which is probably a good ban considering they're winning the Jabali battle. The Fade on the control points can be quite strong. I think this is probably a good decision, and yeah, I don't know if the Christina is going to have much of an impact, so I kind of like that ban instead from Easy Gaming, Shuri.
Yeah, I would, honestly though, from Argons, I would ban that Walling. You cannot do anything with it on the map.
But the Aletta is going to be too strong as well.
I guess, but if you can't get out of your base because IJ won't stop shooting you, you got to get rid of the wall.
That is a good point. Yeah, at that point, I mean, 2 maps in, do you just say, well, we've tried taking on the Walling, hasn't worked. Do we try the Aletta instead?
Yeah, again, as we've said a couple times, and Shree put it well before, it's pick your poison. If you get out of spawn because the Walling is banned out, well, then you're going to have issues on the point and getting dived by the Aletta. So you have to try and balance that out, and hopefully for Argons, they have a better plan on dealing at that long range.
Yeah, so obviously you keep the Aletta banned out. You try and hope that you can play into the Walling. So what do you do? What do you bring to deal with that Walling? If you're not banning it, sure, you got to do something.
Luckily on this map, Walling is less strong than it was on the others, so IJ might not even play it, but your Osis, I guess, is going to have to hit him. Your own Walling, God is one of the best Wallings, so is Del, so you can try to counter it that way. Honestly, everything I've heard from every pro is IJ's going to play Walling and no one's able to kill him.
I want your prediction very quickly as we head into Ecor City. Who wins this map?
Exclusive easy, 100-0.
Wow, very dominant and very comfortable prediction. All right, Shuri, well, when we come back to you, we might be crowning a champion at the conclusion of this map of control. We go to Ecor City for this game, and we'll see whether or not Easy can close this out 3-0.
Yeah, a bit of a different dynamic on this particular map, and it's going to play out in a bit more of an enclosed fashion compared to what we see on Elephant Estonia, for instance, and that's why, you know, obviously the Wildling perhaps may not see as much prominence, if any, at all in this particular map. So keen to see how both teams approach it, because no doubt they will have the experience in this map in ranked and scrims. So this is going to be a fun one, and we'll see whether or not we will crown our victors with a 3-0 scoreline. We have yet to see a losing team in this finals bracket win a map, which is insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. I don't know if it's going to change here either. For exclusive Argons, this is their last chance. We'll see whether or not they can get the job done and at least extend this grand final, or if Easy Gaming can finish this off 3-0. And for me, first time we get to see Ecor City. I've never cast this map before.
Yeah, keen to jump into it, and excited to see how both teams look to create some space and create some playmaking opportunities. First kill going the way of Ozlik, and yeah, I mean, it's obviously off to a great start here for Easy. As an expected result, Rafa as well. Ozlik good for yet another. They get the first 3 kills. Thomas does formulate somewhat of a response, so that's Bean on the ground, and as Shuri continues to reiterate, Bean is critical, but Easy still hold on.
Yeah, Zalik getting another kill, 15% just like that. How quickly this point and this mode can just absolutely get away from you. If you don't get off to a good start, you can really allow the opponent some early time on the point, get that building up, and that just is pressure. Zalik, 3 kills early on. Raffalo forced back on the ulcer. So Zalik another kill. That was onto Dal, and there's a second. Zalik is just having a field day here. So obviously has been able to switch off and switch on, and in this case is very much on at the moment. 6-0. It's all about IJ in the last 2 maps. Now it's all about Zalik, 6-0. And so that's the case. It's not just pick your poison in terms of the heroes, it's pick your poison in terms of the players.
Ult available now as well, so expect that reign of terror to continue, and it's just unfortunate here for X-Argons, unable to find the conditions to drop these players and to find value. Rafa on the flank looking to sideswipe one of these retake attempts. Ozlik good for yet another. Didn't even need to use the ult for that one, and despite Thomas's best efforts to fight back, it's probably not going to be enough. Much like the previous map, it's just the one person from X-Argons able to find kills. The rest of the team finding it difficult. Polos now does have ult available, might be able to dump that on point, create a bit of space, but he needs to find himself in a position to get value from that.
80% now, Polos with a kill onto Superbean. So Superbean's down. This is your chance, Argons, to try and get a bit of point control. No Rafa, no Superbean. Slime just trying to stay alive with the Jabali. No ultimate available. IJ's got there. Zalik, can they find a couple of kills? Got one. Slime eventually does fall to God. Point going the way of Argons. Is Zalik looking to maybe get on this? No, 95%. Finally, Argons have got control of the point. Is this the beginning of an incredible comeback? IJ falls to God. They need to hold on for a long time now.
Yeah, it was a really good ult there from Polos, who used it to perfection, dropped Bean. That then transitioned into the ability to drop the Jabali. It unlocked the site. It allowed for a cap, but it needs to now be perfect from this point onwards. If Argons lose the site, they'll lose the round.
So 20% and counting for Argons. Thomas was able to get a good stagger kill earlier, not too long ago, onto Rafa. Rafa making his way back slowly. It's actually Super Bean, though, the super support that gets the kill onto Thomas. Deals with the Victor 4 for him, so they get to shut him down. Super Bean does fall dead to Polos again. With Bean dead, this opens up a chance for Argons to find some kills, continue to stagger out this attack from the likes of Easy. Bali gone for Slime. He can't get involved, still holding that ultimate. As Zalik also takes a tumble, and he's back to the spawn. Rafa too. So suddenly, Argons have got some momentum. This might be the start of a comeback.
but they need to keep it up. Again, there's no room for error from this point onwards. Slime now ult available. You can expect that he'll pop that on the point when they look to retake for easy. It's going to be difficult to counter, but Polos does have the ult himself, and we know the AoE effect that can have. It does a huge spread of damage in that area. So look at Polos to make a big play here to keep his team in with a shot. Ozelic as well continues to step up as the point is now contested. Slime pops his ult. He's able to push Thomas off and create space.
That might just be game. And the Labula picked as well for Super Bean, trying to get some good splash damage here. So as they all kind of just rush onto the point, that's where he's really going to be so impactful. Stays alive. IJ with the kill onto Polos. Overtime bar is up. It'll start ticking down very quickly. If anyone gets off of it, it's only God on it at the moment. Did get the kill onto IJ, but he's the last one. He falls off. So overtime bar starts to shrink again. He dashes back into it. As Alex with the kill onto Tal, he was looking to come and help out. God finally dealt with. Thomas comes back too late. It's just stagger. Though for Argons, they're just rushing bodies onto the point. Slime still alive on the Jabali, but half health. Super Bean, ultimate available. IJ is back. They lost the Zalik though, and the point has flipped back to Argons. What a moment. A tense moment for Argons. They've been able to get the point back 73%. They dealt with the overtime push from Easy Gaming. IJ with the initial frag, but traded by Dal Azalik to then get God. 2 versus 1 trade in favor of Easy. They get another one through Azalik. That might just be enough. Can they flip the point back? They've certainly got the numbers now. It's only Dal on point. The rest are in spawn. Coming back, it will flip once he's been eliminated, and has. It's Super Bean, the super support, up to 91%. Rushing back onto the point. It's God. Crazy's there as well. It has flipped back, but overtime bar is going to fall rapidly. It will diminish so quickly. Azalik with a double kill. That should be it. We will go to the second round of this with Easy Gaming on grand final point.
Wow, I mean, what a conclusion there. Argons did not go down without a fight. And despite being in the lead up to that final fight, just staying alive and keeping that fight going, unfortunately, Argons could not keep the momentum up themselves. They just lacked a couple of ults there late. And the Christina, unfortunately as well, whilst hers was up late, the rest of the team had then staggered at that point in time. So, I mean, some great plays. And again, as Shuri has highlighted, Bean especially, want to highlight him because he kept Thomas alive so late into that final fight. Slime alive so late in that final fight on the Jabali, which was super, super critical. And just overall, they showed great resilience there. But I mean, both teams did ultimately, but Easy, just too good in the end.
So, this is it. One more round to go for the 3-0. It wasn't quite a 100-0 that Shuri predicted for that first round. It could come here, though, to close it out for the grand final. It is, from here on out, grand final point for Easy Gaming. Can they convert and complete the 3-0 grand final to be the champions here for the Super League? And it's an opening kill for Azalik onto Dal. Talk about dream start as the point is unlocking in 3 seconds time.
And that Wildling just continues to have so much impact in this game. The Aletta ban, of course, makes sense, but the Wildling has been allowed to slip through and continues to be destructive. Pressure on the point now. Argon's looking to be aggressive alongside Easy, who are, claiming their stakes. Slime in the front line. Jabali shield up, able to force these opposition players off. Thomas falls, but Ozalik as well in response. So good work from Dal.
And 1-for-1 makes it a 4 versus 4. Super Bean low and eventually killed off by Dal. But again, the trade does come through. Good snipe. That was from Slime. 3 versus 2 now, though, with Rafa getting the kill onto God. Keeps Easy Gaming in this advantageous position here on the point. 25% now for them. And they are edging closer and closer to finishing this off here for the grand final. They are just making it happen. Pressure onto Thomas. He's had to fall back here. He's unable to make his way in. Easy Gaming not even playing on the point anymore, just making sure that Argons can't make their way in.
Yeah, very aggressive at these choke point positions. They know that Argons are finding it difficult. Only one player once again able to find picks, and that's been the story of the day for Argons. Typically, it's just been the 1 out of the 5 being able to find picks. Great play there from IJ, able to aggress onto God as that bar hits 50%.
It certainly does. We're getting closer and closer. Rafa getting the kill onto Dal. He's been only able to get the 2 kills. Again, similar to our earlier map of Giga Cave. It's mostly just Dal until Polos got that kill onto Rafa. Finally, someone else is able to get a kill. Dal is going to come back on the Skadi with an ultimate. That's going to be a big win condition. Same with Crazy. Azalik, though, kill onto Polos. Further stagger. They just can't seem to get all 5 players at the same time. But a kill from God. They've got to go off of this now. That opens things up. Easy down to the 4 players. Make that 3. Super Bean gone. This is the time and the chance for Argons.
the need to capitalize from this position, but IJ continues to make a statement. Ozelic as well on the high ground as the score makes its way to 85%. Easy Gaming are looking like they may well close it out, but not yet. A valiant effort from Argons, who are able to capture the point and steal it from behind.
How long can they hold it, though? Immediately, Azalic got a kill as soon as they got the point. Thomas, though, big kill onto IJ. Rafa falls too, so 2 down at the moment for Easy Gaming. Slime, low on health. Super Bean is there to get the heals, get him back up to full health. He's still low, though. Hasn't quite been able to get the heals that he'd be looking for. Thomas goes deep, very, very deep. No one was there to get the punishment because they had lost 2 players earlier. Azalic up to 7-on-1 with that kill onto Dal. Now to 5 versus 4. 25% on the point for Argons, but they're down a couple of players here. Heals going out from Crazy. Ultimate has been utilized. That's now gone. Polar still has his available. Slime to fall to Thomas. Big kills coming out here for the Argons. Getting that double kill onto IJ and Slime. Gives them the 5-on-4. It is Polar still down. 38% and ticking. Again, similar to the last round, they are fighting tooth and nail to stay alive in this grand final.
And the pacing now will just slow down a little bit. Easy will pick themselves back up. They'll wait for Slime to come back into the fight. They'll hold this high ground position. Slime now has ult available, but Thomas will just stagger it a little while longer. Ozelic has his ult as well available. We'll pop it out. It's a 7-kill streak for Ozelic, and that could be the difference maker.
Can they do with Thomas, though? He's the biggest factor now remaining on the point. They've got to get the kill onto him. Ozelic trying to get some more. Oh! To God. Sits him down, maybe permanently. Crazy.
Oh!
It's a double kill from Ozelic. Thomas gets one onto Rafa, but there's 3 more in quick succession. Up to 11-1 for Ozelic, 10 in a row, and 90% as they've got the point back. Dal plays high ground. Ozelic just rotate away from the point. Could this be it? Are they the champions here to close out the Super League? 99% and into overtime. Polas shuts down that kill streak of Ozelic. Super Bean, though, with a big kill. Traded immediately by Thomas, though. This is it. They've got to stay on the point. Can they flip it? Yes, they can. Argons have got control.
Fighting to the bitter end, and look at the ult economy for Argons. They have 4, nearly 5 ultimates available for this next fight. You look at the other side of Easy, they don't have ults available at all, so Argons here could put up a really strong final stand.
It's 2 quick kills, though, for Easy Gaming. Gives them a 5-on-3 as they can head back to the point with the numbers advantage. 85% for Argons. They've got to hold on, but Super Bean gets a massive kill onto Dal. Yes, they lose Rafa, but it's still a big advantage right now for Easy. IJ just so low. Can he stay alive? Where's the heal? Super Bean keeping everyone up. No, they lose Slime. They lose Ozelic. It's a good double kill, at least from the side of Argons. 98%. Can they keep them off the point? Overtime bar comes up. IJ just swarming around the point. Thomas with a big kill onto Ozelic. 13-3. Ultimate as he comes back from the spawn. It's 100% though. Argons have done it. Argons have got it. We go to a 3rd round here on Ecor City.
Wow, what a performance there, and what a round. Argons pushing Easy to their absolute limit, and the ult economy late there in that round, so critical. We saw great value, and the ability to isolate key players being put in awkward positions. Unfortunately, that front line then faltering, but overall, what a resilient effort there from Argons, who again probably looked a little bit down and out. We saw the 10-kill streak as well from the Wildling, but that proved to not be enough.
Ozelic went absolutely huge. I think 13-3 maybe by the end of it, but crazy. Argons, to their credit, to show the resilience to fight back there, considering the start again from Easy Gaming, considering how far back Argons are in this grand final. Can they find a way to get a map off of Easy here and make it 3-1, send us back to a payload, and give themselves a chance at a miraculous comeback in this grand final?
Well, things now just get a little bit more intriguing, and this is probably the closest control we've had in the entire bracket.
Thomas has been good.
Yeah, IJ to fall first. Thomas gets the first. He really stepped it up towards the back end of that second round. Thomas with a huge couple of plays, and he's continuing the momentum.
I think Argons have got all of the momentum at the moment going into this 3rd round. Ozelic onto the Jabali, and he just gets the swift double kill. Talk about dominance, and any role that he wants to play, he certainly can. Super Bean, though, eliminated. IJ with a good trade. Ozelic again just further compounding. He's got 3 kills to start. Doesn't matter what role he's on, what heroes he's on, he can find kills, and Easy Gaming have got the point.
Doesn't even need Bean for the heals, still able to push forward and get value. God now onto Rafa, will be able to find one. Slime looking to find some damage for himself, but Ozelic, all eyes on him at the moment. 3 kills so far, and can now protect protect the rest of the team with the shield in hand.
Yeah, Shield getting a little bit light, but Super Bean is back, and IJ gets the kill onto God, so they've got the slight advantage here up onto the high ground. Now Slime trying to make the Scotty work. He's not able to find the kill, falls back down, plays the low ground just around the health pack as Dal tries to push out. He hasn't quite been able to make things work as much here in this map of control, but fortunately others have started to stand up. Slime with a big kill, finally makes that Scotty work, gets the kill onto Polus, on the Christina, up to 40%. If you take your eyes off it, you look back, it's already gone up about 40%. That's crazy. IJ and Rafa both get a kill, each two in quick succession. Make that 3 with Thomas also falling on the Victor, up to 50%. Easy Gaming though, they were in this position in the last round, guys. We know what happened. Argons have the capabilities of bringing it back.
Yeah, is there an element of deja vu in this matchup, or can Easy continue to apply pressure on their opponents? The front line here from Rafa trying desperately to isolate God, but he misses the shot. What a play from God. Now, all eyes over towards the side.
That's 3.
Ozalik, a lot of pressure on him at the moment.
4! That's 4 kills in quick succession for exclusive Argons and make it the full sweep of 5. They clear the point. The points will stop at 73% for Easy Gaming. Now Argons will have their time on the point.
So looking at the ults now, Polos has his available. That would be great for creating
Easy
space,
kill.
and he gets the kill as well. So it could be in a playmaking
They're gonna do
position
it.
elsewhere. God looking to hit the flank, but will be able to escape with the tool there to be able to maneuver around the map. Ozalik though, eyes back on him, on the point.
Bean's
Needs
dead.
to win the fight onto Thomas.
used.
Pops the ult. Is
Oh,
he able
no.
to find value? No!
No, he's not, and Bean just died as he popped it, so a bit of a wasted ultimate and a bit of a wasted time here from the Easy Gaming lads. They have just dropped the... Oh, what a big ult! IJ with a double kill onto Dal and Crazy, just might bring things back. Rafa to follow, 3 quick kills and just maybe to steal the point. Gold comes back, he too falls and they're all gone. Points back in the favor of Easy Gaming, just when it felt like maybe Ozalik and Bean had thrown something away. It's the others that stand up, especially from IJ after 7-3, but Thomas again, 5-3, finds a big kill, 85%. Can they flip the point back?
Oh, Ozalik just able to survive, but can Thomas hunt for the kill? Desperately wants to find that Jabali. Can he get the kill? Ozalik able to bounce around, able to survive, but eventually take him down. 95% as it continues to tick up. Argon's looking to retake.
IJ just gets onto the point, wants to force over to 99% and the overtime, but the point will go the way of Argons. They got too many kills in that last engagement. 40%. Next fight that Easy win, they win the grand final. It's as simple as that. So for exclusive Argons, they must maintain point control from here on out. Otherwise, Easy will be the champions. They will be the grand final winners. God making his way back in. Point. Someone's already on it for Easy. Surely they don't get back capped. They cannot allow that. Not in the grand final. It is getting flipped over. Who's on the point? They've flipped it back. Over the bar. Almost went down, but they get back in time. Argos though, they're scrambling. They're all over the place. They lost Dell immediately. God gets the heals back up. Thomas gets involved. We know how good he's been. Crazy though. Support dead. That's 2 down. Unfortunately for Argons, they might have just dropped the bundle, but Polos with a big ult.
Oh, I mean, what an ult from Polos, and he's just kept it alive for a little while longer. God as well in on the action.
What is happening? They've been able to salvage it, bring it back, despite maybe dropping the ball and the bundle. They've been able to pick it all back up. 61% now for Argons. Yes, the ult was used. They've got none left, and a couple coming online soon for Easy.
I mean, how close was it to ending there? The overtime bar almost expiring. Easy was so close to the back cap. They'll now need to pick themselves up. Their ult economy is not that great, but they have
Next
points.
fight.
They have 25% to play into, so if they can charge them up. They can send in the Jabali, who has his ultimate available, create some space, and look to find a couple of picks. But this is going to be so close.
This might be the last fight. Next kill, so important. Slime, pressure on him. Super Bean trying to keep him alive. Super Bean can't keep him alive. Super Bean falls as well, I think, or almost does. Slime is down. Advantage for Argons. Who's going to be able to make a difference here? Ozalik, he's got the ult. Hasn't been able to fully use it. Thomas with a double kill. I think they're going to win the map from here. They certainly will. 99% up to 100. Argons have bloody done it. 3-1 in the grand final. 2-1 here. What a comeback. What a return. Exclusive Argons will get a map in this grand final and send us to the next Payload map.
We've been sitting here and waiting for a really close control. We finally got it in the grand final. Some huge plays from some huge names. I mean, one just instantly comes to mind is Thomas. I mean, what an insane little play from him. But I feel like almost everyone inside of the server had their moments, whether it be fragging or supportive, and you know the ults were insane throughout as well. We almost saw the back cap. It was literally probably half a second, a millisecond away from being back cap to win the grand final. I mean, that map really had it all.
That was incredible. Shuri, have you seen anything like that before? That was intense, moment after moment. 1-0 up, and then 2 rounds in a row for exclusive Argons, and very hard fought in both of them.
Not only were they both like, not only was it like a reverse sweep of the control, it was also, both of them were like 96-0 and like 70-0, and they come back and get it. But I do want to take credit for this. I said that every game was basically going to be close, and so I even typed in our Discord that, you know what? I'm going to give him a caster curse, 100-0. It worked.
It certainly did work, and obviously we continue on 3-1. Is this enough, though, for Argons to maybe get some momentum going into what will be the next payload after this? When you really kind of now break it down one map at a time, there's one done. It's not impossible to envision they can win a payload, and then from there, it's down to a best of 1.
Yeah, and honestly, it probably wasn't me. It was more that Thomas might be the best victor in the game. Those were some insane plays by Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas was absolutely impressive, guys. I think probably the biggest reason why they were able to win. And you kind of look back at this replay, and it's certainly a missed opportunity for Easy to just close this out 3-0. They were on a pretty dominant first round. They were up like 70-something% in the second round. And from there, obviously, it was just comeback time from Argons. And they were just able to scrap a lot of fights. Victor being the biggest difference there from Thomas.
Yeah, it was just able to charge in and just do an insane amount of damage. Ozlik as well deserves a shout out. You can see it in the replay package. Double-digit kills in one of the rounds, and just did incredible work as well in isolating picks and making the map work for him. So the Wildling still had an impact irrespective of the map choice, which was really good to see, and obviously rewarding the players that are super mechanically gifted. But I mean, what a treat. That, I mean, I don't know about you, but that's the closest map of T3 I've ever casted, and the ability for the teams to come back and just be super resilient was super impressive. So great work from Argons, and as you mentioned, right, if they're able to now carry momentum into the next map, get an escort, it leaves it essentially down to a BO1, and we know that attack escort can, be really a long and grueling game mode. So if it goes down to that, it would be a real treat.
Yeah, certainly. So 2-1 at the moment. We go back to escort, and by just getting that one round, it can feel momentum, I think, more than anything. And if you play out one round at a time, you can really start to say, okay, well, there's one, we beat them, we can beat them, they're not infallible. So we head to the hero bands for this next map. It is Escort once again. To be fair, the last time we saw Escort, it was actually probably the most dominant we saw from Easy. The Aletta, and it's actually Easy that are going to ban out the Ossus, interestingly enough. I guess that's a target ban for Del, Shuri.
Yeah, I mean, they actually have multiple Ossus that are good, but I think Dell's definitely going to be their sniper, so, and it's not a bad ban. I don't know what else you would ban, to be honest, but it probably is their best weapon that you could take away that doesn't hurt your own team.
Now, you did say as well the Wildling wasn't going to have as much of an impact in that last round. Technically, it still did on the side of Azelic at some points. But as we head back to Escort, I imagine this is where something like an IJ can get back on it and maybe give Easy the edge again.
Yeah, honestly, like, Ossus is usually better on this because she can't wall peek, only Ossus can. She has to do a little move to be able to do it. Her arrows get stuck on a lot of stuff on this map, so it actually ends up being a little better to choose Ossus a lot of the time, plus his jumping up ability allows you to get up on the bridges in buildings above, so Ossus usually ends up being the sniper people choose.
Well, he has been banned out, though, so I guess you probably then go to next in line.
I guess that's a good point. Yeah, so, that is a good point. So, yeah.
Not available.
Maybe, yeah, well, I guess I don't know, Wa's not really used on this map too much, so I don't know if they're going for it, but you're right. If Ossus is gone, maybe they should go with Wa.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I want your thoughts here, guys, now looking at it, and the fact that it's a 2-1 here in the grand final, the fact that it was a very sort of high-pressure match. Is that a one-off? Is that just sort of they gave everything there, and now we go back and everyone resets and rebreathes and easier, like, all right, let's finish this off? I
mean, you can't peak too early in a best of 5. If they've peaked on that map and then unable to back that up with a second performance, it may peter out. Who knows? Brower's Dock can be a funny old map, and we'll see it play out. So Brower's Dock we go. Shuri, we'll come back to you again at the conclusion of this
either one team's a champion or we are going the distance. That's the beauty here of this fourth map here in the grand final. Browers Dock is where we will be heading. It should be hopefully just as intenseful really as the last game. I really hope, because obviously the escort before this on the Giga Cave mine was very one-sided, guys, and actually probably the most one-sided mode that we had really today, I think, overall, considering the not ease, but in which Easy were able to get their payload all the way to the end, capture it, but their defense was just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so keen to jump into this one. Hopefully it will continue to be close. I feel like part of me envisions a world in which both teams on attack are able to push it to the end. It's going to come down to how efficient they'll be in time management. I don't think either of these teams are going to have extreme difficulty in pushing out of spawn. It will be a challenge, I have no doubt. But especially with the Ossus banned out, especially, I think it's going to alleviate some of that pressure, because we've seen previously how impactful that it has been, right? So we'll see how it plays out, but yeah, eagerly awaiting.
Well, we might get Shuri back in, because this is taking a little bit longer than we anticipated to get into the game. So Shuri, I guess coming into Browers Dock, what's something you're looking at in this particular mode, in this matchup now in the grand final, especially now with the fact that Argons have just won the last map? Is there anything that you're going to kind of keep your eye on?
I'm going to look at Polos. He came in so clutch on that last one, even though his kills might have been lower. All of his kills are so impactful. Every time that it was like, oh, everyone's dead, you would see Polos and God pop off with a 2-piece each. And so I want to see that again.
Yeah, obviously Polos, big impact. I think for me though, guys, it's probably Thomas. Can he sort of back up the performance that he had on that last map, especially on the Victor? Can he bring that to Browers Dock? Because honestly, if Thomas doesn't play the way he did in that last map, we're not going to Browers Dock.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of been the storyline overall a little bit for Argons, is that overall they've typically been reliant on one, maybe two fraggers at best stepping up. So if they don't have that going their way, especially early on, it could unravel for them.
Alrighty, we're going to get into this one now. The game is starting here for Browers Dock. It is map 4 of the grand final exclusive. Argons, can they continue the comeback, or can Easy Gaming finish this one off? 3-1 was a prediction scoreline that a lot of us kind of put out there, guys. That was to give exclusive Argons obviously a decent little chance and the respect that they certainly deserve. They've gone and earned that map win. They've got one on the board, but this is surely where Easy can make this game and this grand final done and dusted.
So we load in then as we recover a little bit after what was extremely exciting previous map, and things will settle down for at least a small moment here as we prepare ourselves for the fourth and what may be the final map in this best of 5. Easy will be attacking first. I suspect this will be a side where they'll still find success. I don't think this spawn battle is again going to be where it's won. I'm also looking at both teams pushing it to the end, and it's going to be about being as efficient as possible on the attacking side for the defense to stall out in some of those key positions. You're probably aiming to stall it out at least 2 times minimum for an extended period of time, if not 3 at minimum defensively. So we'll see how Argons go about achieving that. It looks like the Wildling will see playtime in the absence of the Ossus, so I'm intrigued to see if we're going to see dominance again on her.
So this is it, map 4, 2-1 lead for Easy Gaming now. Obviously exclusive Argon winning the last one has meant we go to Browers Dock. IJ back on the Wildling, trying to get some pressure out on the right-hand side of the map early on, see if he can get rid of someone early, but they're all pretty stuck together inside of the building. No one really giving him much of a look in. Dell playing the left-hand side, and he's on the opposite side. Obviously no Ossus available on the Wildling as well is Dell. It is going to be Dell that actually does get the opening kill. On to Ozalik, but I thought the Ossus got banned out.
Yeah, an intriguing pick. Perhaps, again, something potentially wrong on our end. We'll have to wait and see exactly what has taken place. But Ozalik is doing damage on the Ossus, so we'll wait and see what the ruling is on that one. Nonetheless, though, looking to hold down the line. God to get one. That's IJ in the grave. Ozalik now looking for more. We'll link up with the rest of the team. Take high ground now on the right side. Shields being placed on the point itself. Rafa looking to deal with that up close with the Skadi. Oh, so much damage there. The 3-tap onto God. Gets stunned out. Thomas, though, on the Ruby, looking to respond himself. And we'll see if he can have an impact now. Unfortunately, boxed inside of the corner. And we'll see now things just stall out. And I presume it's probably in response to the Ossus pick.
Yeah, Ozilek is going to get the kill on Dal, and this is going to be, a bit of a restart, I guess.
Yeah. We'll wait for it again, wait for an official ruling and see exactly what's taking place. It's clear that the match has entered a stalled state, so once more we'll have to wait for a ruling as to what is going to take place as we come back to us.
Yeah, we might have to go to a break probably to get this one sorted out, I would imagine. So we'll just give that 2 seconds or so. But clearly the Ossus not supposed to be picked in that particular game.
Yeah, hopefully that. Again, we have no idea what the ruling is going to be on this. So we're going on the ride with everybody else. But yeah, clearly a mistake made.
Yeah. We're just sort of waiting here very. Well, I think what we should do is probably go to a break. I think, honestly, that's the best thing that we could do here so we can get this sorted out. Sure, obviously, the Ossus was supposed to be banned out and in the end did get picked. So I actually don't know if this ends up being a map forfeit or if this ends up being a replay. But, I don't know. Your thoughts, Shuri?
In every one, if you come out of spawn when you pick it, it has been called as a map forfeit in the past, but I don't know about this season. But this has happened many times, and especially in season 1, it happened in 3 matches in a row, like with different teams. And I guess none of them watched the match before them where someone did it. So everyone knows not to do this now. So
we will get official ruling from the early understanding. It does seem like it will be a map forfeit and it will be a 2-2 scoreline, and we will then go to our attack escort to close things out. I don't know, how does that happen? Is it just a mind slip? Like I can't imagine that happening in a grand final. And you're just like, oh, we just banned it out. They banned it too, and then they picked it.
I don't know. Maybe we should check to see if the other team paid him off or something. Nah, I'm just kidding. But I don't know. How do you do that? Like, this is for a lot of money. How do you not think? Like,
yeah, that's a big mistake, especially considering they did lose the map earlier as well. So we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we go to the 5th map. That's it. Browerstock is done. It's 2-2. We do go to the distance, probably not in the circumstances we hoped for or thought would happen, but nevertheless, it is the grand final that goes to map 5.
This life is a daydream. Our time is a precious thing. We're searching for meaning in the highs and the lows we've seen. When all is said and done, standing on the bright side, can't believe how far we've come. We've only just begun. See the world through new eyes, taking us to great heights. Everything is possible, everything is new, and we'll carry each other, running wild into the night. lifetime. Won't stop till we get it right. When all is said and done, standing on the bright side, can't believe how far we've come. We've only just begun. See the world through new eyes.
Welcome back to the T3 Arena Super League Grand Final. It's turned into a bit of a controversial one now. From a 2-0 lead for Easy Gaming, it's turned into a 2-2. That's right, that Browse Dog map has been forfeited for the use of the Ossus, which was banned out. They simply forgot, and unfortunately that means that they go into this match now having technically lost 2 maps in a row. Of course, they did actually lose Ecor City. That one was very, very close, and maybe Easy would be looking back and saying, geez, we could have just won it there and then and got the job done. But Shuri, we go to Attack Escort now, and it is going to be the conclusion to a grand final that I feel like in T3 we've been longing for.
Definitely, and this map's a lot different from the other escorts, to where basically like it's in 3 different stages, and the first one's a hill that's very, very hard to capture on these pro level matches. And so if you get past that, the middle section's easy. So you're either not going to get any meters, or you're basically going to get near the end. And hopefully they can get near the end so we have a long match with a lot of fun kills.
Now let's look at the hero bands, and maybe the players should also look at the hero bands, as we've got a letter banned out, and surprise, surprise, it is the Victor that has been banned out for this final map. Now, Shuri, obviously we know Thomas has been very strong on the Victor, so that's clearly to target him and his sort of influence. Is this a chance back in to regain the momentum for Easy?
Yeah, I mean, as long as they tell their whole team what not to pick, I think that might be helpful. But Thomas is very good on many characters. He's been around in the pro scene, winning tournaments like probably over a year now. One of the few people that can claim that. So he's very versatile, huge map pool and hero pool, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. But it was a good ban.
Certainly so. So as we head into this final map, guys, it's, well, 2-2 in strange circumstances.
Yeah.
Is it really 2-2? It's hard to say. But, I mean, obviously, with what's kind of gone on, when you think about it from the mental aspect for Easy, having lost a map and then had to forfeit a map due to bad selection, I mean, it's ended up now where they've kind of, they're not on the ropes or anything, but like mentally they're going to be making sure they switch up back on. And
I mean, it wasn't as simple as just losing control either. Like, they had the lead. They had multiple close rounds, back to back, 2 back. In fact, they almost back-capped and won, but, you know, unfortunately, the opposing team got on with like 0.1 seconds to go. So they have been so incredibly close to closing this out, whether it be, you know, in a 3-0 fashion or perhaps obviously in a 3-1, but not meant to be due to a pretty obvious mistake. And look, a simple mistake to make and a harsh punishment, but it is one that it has been consistent now across Super League. So it's something they would have fully been aware of, and they'll just have to cop on the chin. And I think it's important, right, to just try to put that to the back of their mind as much as possible. Nothing you can do to change that mistake now. It's about full focus on this final map. Yeah, and speaking of the final map, Shuri, as we head into it, I mean, where's your head at now in terms of the way this grand final has played out? Clearly, it hasn't really played out maybe in the fashion we would have predicted. I don't think anyone would have predicted how we would have gotten to this point. Do you think, though, that Easy have the capabilities of just putting aside these last couple of rounds, basically the last half an hour or so, and just saying, all right, let's focus back up, let's get the job done?
Oh, definitely. They're all the best in the world. They trolled a little bit in some of the rounds too, so like they definitely know they can win this. But what they really need to be worried about is this map is prone to having like big kills kind of be able to dictate things a little more than other maps. You can stall things. You really need your whole team to cap stuff. And so this is something that if Dell pops off, God pops off, they can win this. And Argon's knows this. And they probably came into some of these rounds realizing, oh, okay, so they're the better team. But they are all the best players in the world. And they know that, you know, we can sneak one by on this map. And so they might just have that super confidence of just going in knowing like, okay, if we just make some plays, we can do this. And I wonder if that confidence could just shine through and actually get them to win here.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it does now come down to a best of one, and anything can really happen there. I think that makes it a very fascinating subject, right? For Argons, they've been able to get themselves back into this position, or even into this position in the first place, where, as before, they're down 2-0, long way back. It feels like a massive journey to even just get to this position. Now you're here. Now you know the pressure's on easy to sort of not succumb to this pressure. So I think, while I wouldn't favour Argons, I think Easy, as you said, will kind of stop the trolling a little bit. If there's any of that, that's all done now. Like, get the job done, finish off strongly. But there's not much room for error either. Argons are good enough where they can probably punish the odd little mistake here or there from the side of Easy. They'll have good momentum. They'll feel very confident, guys. I mean, in a best of one, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, super keen to jump into this. I'd love to ask Shuri, though, who do you think is going to close this out? Are you expecting a close one?
I'm actually going for Argons here for one reason only. The healer's much less effective on this map, so Super Bean's superpowers for this team isn't all there. So as long as they can stop the snipers of Rafa and IJ, I think they might have this.
All right, let's head into the final map of this grand final. It's Old Bazaar, it's Easy, it's Argons, and the winner will be the champion for this season of the Super League. It's as simple as that. We come to the conclusion here on Old Bazaar, as long as no one picks the wrong heroes. If they do, that'll be a very quick grand final. Let's head into this one, guys. And obviously, I think Easy for me, if they really focus in, hone in, and they don't have any troll picks, they really put everything they've got into this and treat this as the grand final that it is, I think they win this comfortably.
Yeah, so as Shuri said, it's this map is broken down to 3 main stages. The first is the capture point, and we know that the defense has a strong position on the high ground. You're expecting the snipers like the Ossus to be in really strong playmaking positions. Wildling as well, also one to keep an eye on. Then you have the payload, and pushing that, escorting that is not particularly difficult, but we know that the very final phase of that escort push in towards the spawn of the defense is really, really tough as well. So those are the 3 main phases. It all starts here though on the attack for Easy. Can they link together, play as a proper 5-stack in this match, and put aside some of the issues they've had tonight?
Certainly no troll picks here as we get into this. Easy, as you said, on the attack, looking to take this capture point to begin with, to seize the payload. It's Argons on the defense. Dal and Rafa will go toe-to-toe on the Ossus, and we begin. It's IJF that gets the opening kill. Good start for him on the Wildling, and of course that's going to be something that's quite deadly. We know what he has been capable of so far in this series. He got the double, he got God involved to begin with. Dal, though, does get a response onto Slime, so that's the Christina off the board for the time being for Easy, but that payload has already been captured. That is a very quick early capture point for the side of Easy Gaming. They are not messing around. Rafa, though, was at least able to confirm more. He gets rid of God. Crazy to fall to Ozilek, and it's a really, really statement start here from Easy Gaming. They are not messing around.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any hesitation or frustration in this team at the moment. Good work there on the attack and able to push back the defense, preventing them from leaning into the high ground that they did have established. Polos, though, elsewhere, good for 2. Has the ult in hand. Low but able to survive. The ult will come in handy when Easy looks to jump back onto the payload, so we'll see if he pops it in response. Rafa to find 1, so he wins the battle of the Osset as Polos ult now goes out. I don't think it will be able to claim a kill, so unfortunate for him. Ozlik elsewhere able to find a kill as well. Now Polos under pressure, up close, the flank potential there as well. He needs to be mindful of that. Easy Gaming continuing this push forward.
Yeah, and it's a push that's obviously pretty one-sided. There's not a lot stopping them. Obviously, Dal has been able to once again continue to get a lot of kills. It's a really good map for the officers. Lots of high ground potential, a lot of long-distance sightlines. Dal just pushed back by Rafa. He's also 4-on-1. So 4-on-1, 3-on-1. Both are basically in terms of a stalemate. A nice shot though from Rafa on to Dal, and he takes the edge in the sweepstakes of the Ossa battle. Second one, third one from Rafa in the backline and through the side. He's able to get 3 kills in quick succession. Easy able to continue to just push this payload after capturing it. They'll get the first checkpoint, and they are making absolute headway towards that final checkpoint. They got 6.5 minutes. It's a long map. You don't typically expect to even sometimes finish it, and they are in a really, really good position. 2.5 minutes to get to this first checkpoint is absolutely amazing, and they are continuing to find kills. IJF with 1 onto God, a follow-up onto Dal after he killed Rafa, and you kind of look at the positioning of Archons. They are all very far back at the moment.
It echoes a little bit what we've seen in the past, where Dull's been able to do quite a bit of damage, but the rest of the team trailing, still struggling a little bit to find picks and have an impact in this match. So we'll see if that can change. Looking at Thomas potentially on the Vanguard to have an impact, but he's looking to build up that ult charge at the moment, still a long way away. Slime does find one elsewhere, so Easy Gaming continuing to push this momentum forward. Fortunately, Thomas mentioned him, he falls, so that ult will now be stalled out for a little while longer. Polos has his in response and will be critical for the next choke leading into the defensive spawn. As we mentioned, this can be a tricky final push, but the amount of momentum that Easy Gaming have at the moment, with Rafa popping off, it's so difficult to see them struggle at this point.
Once they get in towards this sort of little stadium area, this is where usually the defense can stall it out, especially if they can get a good squad wipe. Zelik, though, with the kill onto Thomas, takes out the Jabali. Polos with an ultimate has to utilize that for the Christina immediately, but as he does so, God falls elsewhere. Rafa does die to Dal. Big kill from Dal, needed that considering that payload has actually now just been captured. They didn't even get anyone on it in terms of body. I mean, 3 minutes 45 seconds on Old Bazaar. Every time I've seen this map, you usually, if you're going to capture it, around every 6-7 minutes. So this is an absolute stomp from Easy Gaming.
I mean, I think you've framed it very well. Dominant, overwhelming, just almost perfect, pretty much. It hardly got contested.
Yeah.
The initial cap as well to seize the payload was also pretty much spot on as well. So a return to form for Easy Gaming, and 3-2 scoreline beckons.
At no point were Argon's able to get like a wipe, get control of the point, and force Easy Gaming out of spawn to all group up and then come back together. Like, they had full control of the payload from start to finish. They even captured it in the first point as well immediately. So I'm very worried for Argons here. They've got a tough ask. 3 minutes 45. You have to match that, better that. I don't think they're going to be able to do that.
And I'm reading from Shuri, who's in the chat on Discord. He has said that is the fastest attack he has ever seen, including pops. So
yeah, that's
and this is the grand final. So that's
staggering.
insane. We'll see though. Maybe a response can be formed here by Argons, but it is going to have to be probably the best attack ever seen on this map in the history of T3 Arena, and I don't even say that as a meme or as an exaggeration. It would have to be absolutely perfect from this point onwards. They cannot put a single foot wrong, and unfortunately for Argons, they've lost the first 2 picks.
Yeah, this is really going to be a disaster moment for Argons, and I mean, the thing that kind of sucks about this, because of the way this grand final is going to close, as Slime and IJ both get a kill each, is we're going to get to a point where there's like, I don't know, say 2 minutes. They will not be able to push that payload. I mean, the fact that they haven't actually got control of the payload already probably means this grand final is over. This is how much of a dominant finish to the grand final Easy are having. They're going to look at this and say this should never have been a 3-2, but alas, we're here. We'll make sure that this doesn't end up backfiring on us any more than it has to. They are really the best team that this region has to offer. Super Bean also getting involved in terms of the kills. The fact that the support is taking down the Vanguard of Dal. IJF has been eliminated, but all control around that capture point is still with the side of Easy Gaming. They are making this really difficult for Argons. I mean, this is effectively over in the sense of the fact that they're not really going to be able to push it 2.5 minutes. Mathematically, still on, but yeah, it's practically over.
Yeah, when it hits 3:45, we'll be able to call it. Of course, in-game, it won't officially end, but on our end, it will be for the purposes of crowning the champion, Argons. They had to be perfect on this final map. Unfortunately, they weren't. They played some great T3 today, especially on control to fight from behind. There were some really close moments during the course of that particular map, but on every other map, every other mode, unfortunately for them, Easy Gaming have just been absolutely spot on, proving that they are the 5 best players in the world on this game. They have hardly put a foot wrong outside of control, as I mentioned. Everywhere else, they have just been astounding.
Yeah, and you have to give the absolute plaudits to them. Easy Gaming will be the champions. They are seriously tremendous, and you can see really just how dominant they can be when they are focused, when they are locked in, guys. They go to another level. I think when they're maybe messing around a little bit, or they're trying to have some fun, or maybe swap some roles over, are they a little bit more vulnerable? Sure. Argons, I think, showed, especially on Equal City, that they're not too far off them. But you're looking at what's happening here on Old Bazaar, and you go, oh, maybe it's not as close as we thought.
I mean, that's just the way it goes sometimes. I think Easy on some of these particular modes and maps are just far too superior with the confidence they had flowing after that attack. There's really not too much to comment on.
They
IJ
have 2 kills.
continue this momentum forward.
They have 2 kills.
I mean, 6 for him, 8 for Rafa as well, who's been so good. Just the sniping capability of Easy has just been absolutely phenomenal throughout this match. And look, unfortunately at this point, Argons also know that it is unofficially over.
That's
so
true, yeah.
That is only going to compound the pain, but full props to
If I
Rafa.
remember last time we did the grand final as well, there was like 50 seconds left in this kind of situation, and the team that obviously lost the grand final, they actually ended up capturing the point anyway.
Yeah.
So I really hope with 45 seconds left, they just put themselves out of their misery, sit in spawn, and end this one. It is over though. This is done. Easy Gaming, well, of course, are the champions here for Super League Season 2, guys. They are the best team, wholeheartedly. Of course, we have to wait until we reach the 345 mark, but
It's game over.
They've
accepted defeat.
yeah, they've accepted defeat. They're sitting inside a spawn. Congratulations to Easy Gaming. They are the best team in this region. Champions once again. There is no debate, no question at all. They are your champions. It's Easy Gaming taking out Super League Season 2 champions here for T3, and they did it emphatically. I know 3-2 was the finishing scoreline, but you look at all of their wins in this grand final, and they were dominant.
Yeah, I mean, just overall throughout the entire bracket, they were the team to beat. And I mean, for the longest time now in T3, they have been the team to beat. They continue their reign of dominance and show really good resilience. I mean, there was some pretty serious concern after losing their lead on control. Not only would they struggle then on the remaining 2 minutes, but then to lose a map to an unfortunate mistake in the ban phase was also like, okay, maybe there's some like warning signs here. Maybe there's a bad omen around the roster for tonight. But they, I mean, spelled all those doubts very, very quickly on that attack. It was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it certainly did. So, in the end, big congratulations to Easy Shuri. They are the champions once again, and rightfully so. The 3-2 scoreline for the grand final. On paper, you might say, oh, it was close, but really, as the rounds and the maps played out, it was really one-sided, and Easy were clearly the superior team. When they really wanted to win, they made sure they won.
Oh, for sure. And shout out to all the pros that told me if IJ goes on to Waling, he's unkillable. I mean, you're right.
Yeah, he was a big standout. It was a team performance, though, guys, for the whole team from Easy. Obviously, Super Beam was incredibly impactful. It wasn't just the Wilding show. I mean, I felt like everyone on the side of Easy throughout the grand final, really throughout the league, was able to have moments here and there.
I mean, Rafa as well on that last map in particular hit double digits. Again, obviously, you know, the game is pretty much not mattered at that point, but was still impactful on attack as well. And throughout the entire bracket, the entire day was really, really strong. So goes to prove once more, like I said, these are pretty much the 5 best players in the world stacked on one team. That's why they're so hard to take down.
Yeah, certainly so. And I think that you can see here in the replays just how dominant of a performance this was. Shuri, you were saying to us privately, this was the fastest push you've ever seen in Old Bazaar. I know I was also sort of sitting there in the same camp thinking how quick this went, that I think typically if you are going to capture it, usually 6-7 minutes kind of on the clock. Most teams don't even always get to capture it anyway.
Yeah, no, it's so hard to actually capture it on this map. And like, if you capture it on 5 minutes, you basically automatically win. And that's like in anything on this map, no matter who you're playing, even if they're pros, like in your normal ranked players, you can usually stop them to like 5 minutes. I've never seen it cap that fast, and I appreciate you leaking our DMs, but which is fine. But but for real though, like I have never seen this, including pubs. I didn't even know you could do it that fast. I thought it took longer if no one like was on the other team. And that's not to like say anything bad about Argons. I just actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
The new attack meta.
I think it really just speaks volumes more to do with Easy rather than Argons. I didn't think Argons did really a whole lot wrong. I think Easy were just very switched on, very focused. They clearly had a goal in mind, and obviously when a very good team like that has that goal in mind, it's very difficult to stop them.
I mean, they were kind of like in that flow state that we saw previously on the first map, really, where they didn't put a foot wrong. The key fraggers were hitting shots, and even though the heroes that are more mechanically need better mechanics, they just weren't missing a shot. And if you're on the receiving end of that, it doesn't give you an opportunity back into the game if there are no mistakes being made, and you're finding it difficult to apply pressure yourself and force mistakes. So, I mean, full credits to Easy, the deserved winners in the series.
It's one of the rare times we've been able to see this graphic filled out in its entirety. Let's go to the bracket, of course, to sort of once again go over how everything has shaped up throughout this particular Super League Finals. Easy Gaming coming through the bracket from that top side. We're able to get through. Beasters ended up putting a decent little effort in that semi-final. They ended up finishing third, and I think a rightful third. You kind of look back to that game. Yeah, it was a 2-0, but they were probably just about as competitive as Argons. I tell you what, looking at this bracket, I would have loved to have seen like Beasters versus Argons and what that game could have looked like, because they honestly both probably put on very similar performances in the matches against Team Difference and obviously the matches against Easy Gaming. But Shuri, you kind of look at that top four, Easy into Argons, into Beasters, into Difference. Are you pretty content with the way that this season has finalized for Super Season 2, that those are the four best teams?
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, it's definitely the four best teams. They all put on really good performances. A lot of the players on those teams that are kind of those, like, up-and-coming superstars really showed what they have. And Beasters, in particular, showed unbelievable improvement. They were, like, in that, like, third or fourth spot, kind of, but like they could have been fifth or sixth. They were right in that grouping where those four teams were really close together, and Beasters really made it known we're in the top three. There are three people, then there's everyone else.
Yeah, I think that obviously Easy kind of probably a step above everyone else does, but you kind of look at Argons, you kind of look at Beasters, are they around the same level?
Potentially. I guess we'll never really know because it's just all theoretical, and I feel like some of our predictions may be a little bit off throughout the bracket in terms of, I guess the main thing was anticipating some of these matchups to probably be a little bit closer than they were in the end.
Yeah.
The grand final, to reiterate, was the only series of this entire bracket where the losing team was actually able to take a map, and in that instance, two. So that goes to show how one-sided some of these games were, but ultimately I agree with yourself and Shuri, right? We got the four best in the end, and ultimately we gave the crown to the best team.
Yeah.
Easy were by far and away the best.
Yeah, 100%. I think obviously you're right in the sense that it's kind of difficult to sort of compare Argons and Beasters, and all of that is kind of just hypothetical. Maybe there's a tournament in the future where those two teams can meet off, and especially considering the form coming into this, things change. Then there's roster moves and things like that, so it's always a little bit difficult. We may never get the answer in terms of this particular tournament, but as we sort of start to unwind, Shuri, obviously kind of just your thoughts on the way this tournament played out compared to maybe some of the previous ones. Do you think teams have continued to improve, or has it been about the same level? How have you kind of viewed the teams and the way they've changed?
Yeah, no, I definitely think they have. Difference is definitely leveled up. The team that ended up having to forfeit, they had like some of Exclusive's best players on it, so that was a good one. And then Not Exclusive was also a very good team that just didn't put it together quite right, and Beasters just had the better day. But like there's a lot of teams that can compete for that second spot. I mean, Easy is just so far ahead right now. But if you think about where Beasters is now from where they were last time, I mean, in another month or two, like, you don't know where they're going to go. If they've already gotten this much better, I mean, sky's the limit.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think that, typically the more tournaments there are, Guz, and there's more official matches that can be played, you're always going to find that improvement. There's always going to be learnings as well that you can take away. I remember some of the very early tournaments and the utter and shared dominance from certain teams, whereas as we've kind of gone on and had more and more tournaments, yes, there's still some dominance, and yes, the likes of Easy are still very good, but it's not to the same level, not to the same degree.
Yeah, I mean, and now I feel like the 5v5 meta as well has really established itself well, and I'm sure as we continue to see more tournaments and probably more maps and modes combinations explored as well, teams will continue to get better. They'll probably still be playing catch-up, as seems to be the case with Easy, who are the Season 2 champs, but I suspect over time that the gap will continue to close, and we'll probably see 3-2 grand finals as a mainstay.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, obviously the fact that it was a 3-2 grand final, looking back on it now, and yeah, I mean, the circumstances surrounding it probably not ideal, but even just that map won by Argon's anyway, sure, it was obviously still a very sort of dramatic game. One of probably maybe even the best game that I've ever honestly seen over at least this year. So at least there's a lot of key takeaways in those improvements. We do have an interview, of course, with our winning team. We've got Slime from Easy Gaming coming in for a chat. I'm assuming you can hear us, Slime?
Yes.
Hello, Slime. Congratulations. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Congratulations, firstly,
Can you hear me?
I can certainly hear you. Congratulations on the win. Certainly, probably not the way in which you guys envisioned it playing out that way. I might actually just start with, honestly, Map 3 on Ecore City, because that was a very dramatic game, and you guys started so well. You had multiple leads, and then they just managed to have a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, that game I was definitely tilted because my teammates were like set on having fun and like putting out a show for the stream, but like I had only slept like 5 hours and like I just got off a shift from work, and I was like so tilted that we lost.
I mean, you guys definitely did put on a show. I want to sort of go into your mindset a little bit. As a Vanguard player, how exciting is it to have some of the best fraggers in your backline helping you out? Because it must make such a huge difference.
I mean, like, they're all very talented, obviously. I love getting carried by them. I love being their little shield bot, something like that with Jabali. I love it.
Shuri, have you got any questions you want to ask for Slime?
Definitely. One thing I want to say, you're no shield bot. You're one of the best damage characters in the game, and you know it. And but you just happen to play Jabali because you can play everything, and not everyone can. And I mean, you got those 3 guys behind you, so why not? So you're definitely not getting carried, bro. But I do want to say first, congratulations. And to keep the streaming up, you're doing great. I'm proud of you. And winning this tournament, you deserve it. And dude, you just absolutely destroyed some of those Osis multi-kills you were having too. I saw that. Just killing it, and just keep doing it, man. How do you feel?
Feel good, obviously. Shout out to my team. Having them make YouTube videos, you gotta check them out. At IJ, at Rafa, Valen, at Superbean, and of course at me, SlimeT3. And also shout out Sarah.
Slime, I do have to ask, so what happened on map 4? What was the mishap? Was that simply just forgetting that the Osus was banned out?
I'm gonna be so honest. I was deafened in the Discord call because I was tilted from map 3 and us losing. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. I think it was just a slip up. You know, Osas is really strong on that map, and just wanted to play that. And unfortunately, we banned it.
Yeah, I know. That probably is the part that makes it even more funny and comical. Look, in the end, though, way too good on Old Bazaar. You guys were very incredible. When you switched on, you went to another level. We'll leave you there. We won't keep you for much longer. Is there any shout-outs that you want to make? Anything you want to say before we let you go?
Exclusive Easy, 3-peat champions, back to back to back. The best team in the world. I love it. And I love you guys.
100%. We love you. Thank you so much, Slime. Congratulations once again taking out the finals. Massive performance from him and his team. And look, clearly, as he said, Shuri, that map 3, yeah, not probably too happy with the way that finished. And then into the map 4 debacle. Like, going into Old Bazaar, there's a very real chance they could have been like really tilted and maybe off their game, but they went the opposite direction. They actually refocused in and just turned it up to another level, which I think speaks volumes to them as people and just having that fortitude.
Yeah, Slime's one of the most likable people on the planet, as you probably saw, and it's hard not to love the guy. And so when he tells you that, like, I really need to sleep, his teammates are going to step up, and I think that's why they probably set their record for Old Bazaar on any match ever, just for Slime.
Do it for Slime. That's the motto, guys. And I mean, in the end, they were obviously, whenever they wanted to win, it's like they had the will. They were just able to always have that extra little step. And I think that that was probably the difference between the two teams. Argon's had to fight tooth and nail to get a win. Easy, well, they lived up to their name.
Well, I mean, we heard it from Slime himself, whether we want to take him at his word or not. I think he was being pretty honest on that control map. They maybe were experimenting and having a little bit too much fun, which clearly Slime was not completely thrilled about, but he was able to bounce back, and that's the main thing, right? So some really good work from him. And the rest of the team obviously playing incredibly well today. And an exciting future, because for me, it's obviously diverging into two storylines, right? Can they continue this run? And can the other teams play catch up?
Yeah. Very quickly, before we do wrap things up, we have the giveaway code one last time coming up on your screen very shortly here. So make sure you get that giveaway code in and get the last chance to find your goodies and obviously get something from that. And Shuri, we'll get your final thoughts as well as we kind of wrap things up and say goodbye. Let us know, I mean, how have you kind of viewed this season, really this year?
I'm liking the way that the game's going with the direction of all the heroes, the meta, and I mean, obviously the right team won, and so I'm glad they all got $3,000, and hey, congrats to them.
Yep, 100%. Congrats to them. Thank you so much, Shuri, for, of course, once again, being our resident expert. We couldn't do this without you. Our appreciation for you is amazing, and not just you, but, of course, all of your other community experts that come onto the show throughout the regular season, of course, to all of the other casters as well, even here in the studio too. Big shout out to everyone in production. So obviously it's been yet again another fantastic season. Guys, I'll get your final thoughts as well.
Yeah, I completely echo what Stu had to say, right? The game's going in a great direction. The teams continue to improve and become more and more competitive over time, so super keen to see it stick around and excited for the upcoming season.
Excited for next year, for 2024, excited for Season 3. Hopefully that will be on the cards for Super Season 2 here for the finals. That is us done. It's Easy Gaming, back-to-back champions. They are once again the kings of this region. They are very difficult to take down. We'll see what is to come of them in 2024. For now, though, for this year, for this season, we bid you farewell. Thank you so much for watching, for tuning in, and hopefully we'll see you in the future.
Eastside getting lost in stories, sunbathe watches and stills. It's for freedom, a kingdom, so weightless and tender. Chasing it at our own pace. Cast the cat, it will be okay. Give and take, never hesitate. One by one, we keep on coming. Walk with me, talk with me for a little bit.
show, now it's on. It's time to turn it up, live it